It is.
That whole thing.
Okay, I will call the regular board meeting for April 26th for the River Trail School District to order. Could you all please rise and join me in the pledge? And Dr. Stolzer, could you please take a roll?
Camardo. Here. Fiorito.
Here.
Friedland.
Here.
Grimpy.
Here.
Johnson.
Here.
Ronstadt.
Here.
Stolzer here. We have a quorum.
Thank you. And I would like to call Coach Beth Lasowski up, and we would like to recognize the 7th and 8th grade girls volleyball teams.
Julia is here. Julia, come on up. Amelia. Martino. Kendall.
She's here.
Daniela. Is she coming? She's calling. Olivia. Chelsea, hold this out. Rena. Marlon.
Thank you. Awesome job, girls. Great season.
I know we love to celebrate all of our athletes. To have 2 conference champs, both 7th grade and 8th grade for volleyball, we are really proud of you. Thank you for all of your hard work. Thanks to your coach and everyone who supported you. So thank you. Good luck again next year.
And there's cupcakes in the back for you, so please grab one. You're welcome to stay. You don't have to, but please grab a cupcake. Enjoy.
Yeah, I'm going to give a shout out to Lyndall Schuster, Christy Seifert, and where's Dan at? Dan Whistler. Today, the 7th graders from River Trails Middle School went to Prairie Trails and had a tour of the Zero Energy Building. And the presentation by Troy was fantastic, and also the question and answer session that Christy ran was very good, as well as Lyndall's presentation. The majority of kids were pretty much into it, and they had some good questions. A few were just there to be there. And Amy Polenzani, gave her a lot of credit as well. But I was there for a little while. It was really impressive, and I think the kids were very impressed with the building. They were very impressed with the playground as well. So great job, all of you.
Linda, would you like to introduce
Oh, yes.
Kelly, please?
Okay, so we have the new food service director, which you will be next, Kelly Diaz. She is, she's been at Evanston High School as the assistant food service director. She has a lot of culinary skills and dietetic skills, and she's already met the staff here. I think she'll be just wonderful as part of our group. So,
Awesome. Welcome aboard, Kath. Thank you. So, can I get a motion in a second to approve the consent agenda as presented unless somebody would like to remove something or discuss?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Fiorito, second by Friedland.
Ronstadt,
Yes.
Friedland,
Yes.
Camardo,
Yes.
Grimpy,
Yes.
Stolzer, yes. Fiorito,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
motion carries.
Kelly, now you're official.
Now, welcome.
Brings us to RTEA comments. Mr. Kastner, would you like the floor?
Thank you, Mr. Grimpy. On behalf of the RTA Executive Committee and the entire membership, I'd like to thank the Board of Education and the administrators for the wonderful working relationship that we continue to have. I'd also like to thank Mr. Grimpy, Ms. Friedland, Mr. Fiorito, Dr. Wagner, Dr. Schuster, and Mr. Timmons for the wonderful negotiations that we've had. I'm proud and overjoyed to bring you the news tonight that we, the RTA, have a ratified contract, and we hope that you will ratify it as well tonight to have a fully ratified 4-year contract. Thank you so much.
And congratulations out to you and your team as well. Obviously, this only works, both ways. So thank you for your help and your team's help. Okay, visitors' comments. At this time, we recognize any members of the audience who approach the board with their comment or questions by completing a visitor comment card. Please do note that the board and administration typically do not respond, and if you're wishing for a response, please provide your name and number or email for a member of the board or administration to get back to you. Is there any members of the community who'd like to make any comments? We do have a second one, if you wish. All right, we'll move on. New business, education services. This is a whole slew of people. Nancy, Christy, and Jody, you're up.
Yeah, oh, hold on, I'm going back to my agenda here. I've got to see which thing this is, and I feel like,
Staffing?
oh, this is the staffing. Okay, just wanted to make sure I was in the right spot. It's me unless folks have other questions. So we looked at our staffing numbers earlier in the year, and there are some things that happen and that can change. And so I'm bringing to you some things that we have been discussing and talking about. The first was that I brought the National Lewis's internship program to the board to talk about last time. I did hear what you were all saying, that we've got a lot going on and a lot of needs, and that maybe this isn't the year for this. We still do have a couple of student teachers that are going to come to us next year, and I do think that it's something to continue to consider. But looking at the fact that there are other needs that we have, I'm taking that off the table as a recommendation. We've also had a few registration events. Registration's been open. We had our evening night assistants, and we already have 100 third graders at Indian Grove. And so we are asking for an additional teacher for third grade for next year because we had 4 sections, and Indian Grove is always the school that goes up. Euclid, some grades go up, some grades go down, but Indian Grove year over year increases in growing, and we really don't want huge classes at third grade. Again, this is a group that has had significantly interrupted school. I think we included some additional information in board book from Mr. Timmons. The next 2 pieces, I'm actually going to skip the middle school teacher. I will go back to that, but to go to the last one, I'm going to go to the decrease. So you may remember that I think at the last meeting, you approved a leave of absence for Ashley Nister, our psychologist, and she had shared that maybe she'd wind up resigning. She might want to work part-time. She really wasn't sure. Full-time was not what she was looking for at this stage in her family's life. And we talked with the middle school staff and said, the administration, and said, what do you think about having a less than full-time person? And they talked with their team too, and they said, if we had Ashley, this would work out really well. So we posted it, and Ashley definitely was the best candidate that came through there, and so she's back working for us again, and we're really excited about that. I don't know if will want to work part-time forever or want to go back to full-time at some point, but we're really happy about that, and she's a great staff member, so we're really happy about keeping her, and it is taking us down almost a half-time position. So it's nice to be able to have something that worked.
So I guess I did have one question about that
Yes.
really quick, or do you want me to wait until the end?
No, go ahead.
No, so you feel like that's going to be adequate coverage for both assessments and SEL?
It should. They have 2 full-time
Right.
social workers, and we will be reassessing. I know that Jody will be on top of that. I know their staff will be on top of that, and I'm hoping that we wouldn't need to, but we have found some really interesting contract services this year, like the person who's actually in England, who does some contract services for us. I'm hoping we won't need something like that.
Okay.
But if we do, and we will, I've talked with Patty, we have to put this back on next year, and I know Lyndall, if you look, some of these things say, we will reevaluate next year. This isn't a permanent thing, so that we can decide we don't want to shortchange that school.
Okay,
Yeah.
because I was just concerned with all of the COVID pieces.
Yes. Joe, do you
so-
want to?
One thing to add too is that middle school
Well,
psych
psych position had traditionally also supported our
Very
ELC.
true. Okay.
So that full-time person spent 2 days over at, the district office. So
Right.
essentially, it's replacing with exactly what was there. But moving forward, I'll be able to better assess whether it's at .6 that works or if full-time is needed.
Okay.
Awesome, thank you.
Sure. Great question. Okay, so let's move back. This was really complex. I tried to write it as clearly as I could, but we're sort of knee-deep in it. So a couple of weeks ago, Christy and I went over to sit down with our middle school administrators to say, okay, have you made this work? What does the schedule look like? How is all of this? And I did task them, no more staff. And they did. They came up with something that worked. And then there was the question of, okay, so what's bothering you in the pit of your stomach as you look at this? Are there any drawbacks to this? And they said, we have about twice as many ELs as we've had in the past. They're not graduating. They're not becoming English proficient. The high school has been all over us, and all of the sender schools, that they've had to up their English language support. And it also means that a lot of those students wind up going to Buffalo Grove instead of Hersey. It can be very difficult. Or they did add services at Hersey. They hadn't had them before, but they still send a lot of them to Buffalo Grove, depending on their level of English proficiency. So it's a really difficult thing for the kids, and it's so hard to access middle school and high school content if you don't have that English background. And so what they said was they were really hoping that they were going to have enough staff to allow for an an additional period of interventions for EL students only, and they didn't have this in here. And so we looked at it, we're like, okay, well, what would, in a perfect world, what would it be? And they said we'd have one more staff member, but we wouldn't want to put a brand-new staff member into that role. We'd want somebody who's tried and true, who's got a background in EL, who we could put in there. So we'd want someone in another content area, probably science, but they're still looking at those individual pieces. And again, in a perfect world, this would be a one-year thing. Our kids would make a ton of growth. We'd see them exit. We wouldn't need that much additional staff. But even, I think, Lyndall, we had looked at this year's EL classes, and a couple of their English language arts classes, they're the same size as a gen ed section. And when you think about the level of needs, and they're usually together by grade, not English language proficiency, it makes it really tough. So these are the additional EL teacher, which is really an additional FTE as we move it around, and the additional third grade teacher are the two asks that I have today.
Does anybody have any questions?
I just had one small question.
Sure.
So that third grade teacher, is that like a third grade teacher or just elementary school teacher? Like, as I looked at some of those numbers, both enrollment numbers and then the RTI numbers and the children in special ed, I was kind of like, do you want it in third grade? Do you want it in that rising fourth grade? Like, I just was sort of like, why do you feel like it's the third grade that's going to be higher and not that fourth grade? So are we tying it to a grade, or is it fluid? Like, I'm just wondering, because as we've just been discussing a lot of these, we're like, and we're going to reevaluate, and we're going to, because as we know, things are changing a lot. So as we look to approve some of this, I want to make sure that I'm not tying people's hands.
So Bill, do you want to jump in with that? I think the difference when we look at fourth and fifth grade numbers is the change that we did with ACE. And so in English language arts and math, those fourth and fifth grade classes are smaller. Yeah. Those homerooms are bigger for science and social studies, but for those other two really meaty classes, not that the other ones are less important, but those classes are smaller. So our target for this is third grade. Do you have anything to add, Bill?
I'd say, thinking about, as Nancy had said, the disruption that this group has had over the last couple of years, we did see that they were receiving a little bit more support than some of the other grades too. So just kind of keeping in mind that, 4 or 5 classes of 20 is a little bit better than 4 classes of 25
Right.
when that comes out.
Okay, so you want it third grade.
So, yes.
And what is our class size average?
Third grade?
It changes per grade level, Robert, and that's why she's giving you third grade.
So, yeah, it ranges from, we have 19 in first grade up to 23, well, actually even 25 over at Euclid for fifth grade. Lower class sizes in the lower grades.
Okay, and how many sections were there last year for the second grade?
For the second grade, there were 5 sections last year.
Okay, so it's really just,
It's
but
really-
it is an additional teacher? It's a net increase in
No,
teachers?
it's not. It's not a net increase of
So it's just a
teachers.
move?
Yes. But it's additional teacher from what we presented to the board the last time.
It is.
We were
net.
hoping to decrease by 1 at Indian Grove, but we
Okay.
are not.
Okay,
They will end up with the same number of teachers as they had.
so that's going to be an increase in the budget? Okay.
So I thought I had the same question as Sue, and maybe we did, but are you saying that, will this third grade teacher for this coming year then move up to fourth grade when they need more people? Or you're saying, no, it's always going to be at third grade?
It's third grade for next year.
Just for next year, but then, because that same group of kids goes to fourth, do they
It's
still?
second grade this year, it's third grade next year. That's who they want it for third grade next year.
Right. Okay, sorry, then I mean the year after.
We'll figure that out. That's
We'll
what-
reevaluate when
Yeah.
it gets to
We
next
will-
year.
we will
for the
reevaluate.
following year. Depends on how many
So it's
kids
just
and what their
hiring
needs
another
are.
teacher in
and
the
they'll be-
school, and then you'll put
they'll
them
be
wherever they
right.
go.
They'll be older,
needed.
so the class sizes are bigger at older grades. So we'll look at it again.
Any other questions? Okay, can I get a motion and a second to approve the hiring of a third grade teacher at Indian Grove and one EL teacher at the middle school for the fiscal year 2022-2023 school year?
So moved.
Moved by Fiorito,
Second.
second by Johnson.
Fiorito,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Camardo,
Yes.
Ronstadt,
Yes.
Stolzer, yes. Grimpy,
Yes.
Friedland,
Yes.
motion carries.
Okay, brings us up to the Equity Action Plan for 2022-2023.
This mic is working. All right. I am very excited to share this with you, and I'm not actually doing very much today. I am really proud of our district equity leadership team, our DELT, and one of the things that feels really good is knowing that through this process, there were people who really came through as leaders that I hadn't seen in leadership roles. People who were leaders in leadership roles. This work is going to continue. I have no worries about that not being here next year. I know it's going to continue because this group is so dedicated to what we're doing. If we go to the next page, you know a lot of people on the district team. I could start with Janine is our board representative. Thank you, Janine Friedland. From our district office, I want to say this is a great team of Ben, Jody, Lyndall, Christy, Matt, and me. And Dan has even been there for us, at least our trainings, right? Of course, everything has fallen apart on other training days. From Euclid, and some of these people may be online tonight with us too. Jen Seisel, Christine Chung, Karen Daly, who's here, Sarah Hogan, Allie Palicki, Marina Porter, and Gabby Slonky. From Indian Grove, Emily Cruzel, Summer Palumbo, Annette Russo, Bill Timmons, and Katie Van Eck. From Prairie Trails, Natalie Hudson and Amy Vatesman. And from our middle school, Kyle Henkel, Mary Kralmeski, Chris Kuzmanoff, who's here, Jen Ritchie, and Grace Voigt. And I'm going to throw this to Jody Meggerly, who's going to take over. Here you go.
Okay. All right. So thank you so much for having us here tonight. We are proud to present that the work we have been diligently working on this year for our equity audit. So just to take a little walk down memory lane, we started this work about a year and a half ago. And that started with a full professional development session with board members and administrators before diving into the equity audit. So what you're going to see and hear today is really the foundation from the equity audit that Yvette presented in July. So this work really was a stem from that equity audit. Now, she encourages us that we're not limited to what has been found in the audit, but it definitely gave us a really nice starting point. So looking at the 5 strands of systemic equity, these may look familiar to you. Yvette created the audit and organized it in this manner as well. So she broke down the findings into these same strands of equity. So as a team, we identified a strand leader in each of these areas, which you will hear from tonight, and they will present the plan, the objectives for each of these strands. And just to kind of go over the format of the evening, we will do one strand at a time, and then we'll pause for questions so that you don't have to hold questions until the end of the presentation. So once we finish up with systems, if you have any questions for that strand leader, feel free to ask them at that time. And then before we dig into that first strand, I just want to talk a little bit about alignment. This was a really key part of this process. When we started digging out our objectives, when we started working through the plan, it was very important that our work aligned with existing work and the goals of the district. So originally, alignment was tied to every single objective in this plan, but as we found going through that work, it was completely repetitive. You would have seen the same alignment to the strategic plan to our work as we went throughout. So kind of a disclaimer at the beginning, but no, this really was an essential piece, a deliberate focus of the work, that we did not create an objective unless it was aligned to the work that we have already established. So to kick us off is going to be Mr. Timmons, the strand leader of the systems strand.
Good evening, everybody. So with the systems strand, some background before we jump into it. The systems is really looking at a lot of the foundational work that sets up all of the other strands that are coming after it. So there are pieces that we had to do right away before the other groups could get started, and there's pieces that we are going to continue to do throughout the life of the plan. For you fans of Malcolm Baldrige, it's getting all of our arrows pointing in the right direction. The members of this team are made up of the administration in the buildings and the district level, as well as members of the board. And we really wanted to look at all of the different pieces that people needed to have in order to do the work that they wanted. So the first step for us was really to come up with the common language for the rest of the groups to use. Because we all are in different stages with this work, it's helpful to develop that shared language so that everybody has the idea to move forward with. So we started this by thinking about the different definitions that we wanted to use. We did some research to what was already out there, some things that other districts might have been using. We brought that back to the group, had it vetted, and then came up with the statement that now exists on the district webpage. So we can see we have some check marks on here. We do have some things that we were able to complete this year, highlighted right there. The next piece is one that you are all very familiar with. It is the updating of the board policies to make it more gender inclusive. This is work that you will all continue to do over the next 5 years, I believe, as you continue to update all of the policies going forward. The last thing that we were able to complete for this year was developing our goals and our checkpoints, and that really is what this plan is. Really helping us to come up with our stepping stones that are the things that we want to know that we can come back to and see how are we doing. Looking at that quarterly, discussing progress, discussing how it is being used and implemented. The rest of this is now what we are going to focus on for next year. First, implementing strategic practices to attract highly qualified and diverse teams. So really, this comes down to recruitment, hiring, and retention of high-quality staff, making sure that we are asking the right questions when we are doing our interviews, finding the right questions about equity specifically to add to the interview process that we all follow within the district. We also wanted to look into more practices that were more active in terms of hiring, instead of passively posting the position and waiting for people to apply to us. How can we get out there, really message what it is we're about, and get people and recruit so that they come here? So in that effect, we've already attended a couple of job fairs through Northern Illinois and through Illinois State, and the plan is to continue to do that in the future. Finally, we are working on the board policy and the statement that is going to continue to share the work that we are doing, continuing to add that to the website so that is something that is available to anybody that would seek it. That is the systems strand. Are there any questions?
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Timmons? Okay, thank you.
All right, next is Christy Seifert.
Good evening, everybody. A surprise to everybody, I'm going to be speaking this evening about the teaching and learning strand. So the first thing that I wanted to do is kind of bring this definition to a clearer focus for everyone that's sitting here tonight. So our district is committed to developing life-ready learners. And we know that life-ready learners have the desire to learn, they respect individual cultures, and they value relationships. And that's really what the work in this strand is all about. It's about helping our students, helping our teachers create environments of learning where everyone feels as if they have a voice in the classroom, where they can feel comfortable to learn, where they can be vulnerable and where they can take risks in order to become life ready. I had another wonderful team working alongside me through this process. You can see their names listed up here in front of you. The team was representative of all of our schools across the district, including administration, as well as some special services and some classroom teaching staff. This was extremely important to this process because this is the voice of our teachers that are working most intimately with our students within their classrooms. So I value very much the work of this team, and I'm honored to present to you tonight some of the objectives that they've set for themselves and for our district going into next school year. You're going to see that we have 3 objectives, and I'm not going to go through all of the tasks and bullet points aligned to these objectives. I'm going to speak a little bit more to the why behind the objective and why we came to this place with our objectives that we've chosen. So our first focus is that on developing teacher capacity to include anti-bias discussions in the classroom. What does this mean? What this really means is we're going to create a culture of conversation. We're going to create a structure for conversations to take place within the classroom so that all students feel comfortable. Those of you that have had the wonderful opportunity of visiting our rooms, you'll oftentimes see several eager hands up in the air to participate and several quiet students sitting back. And we need to create those structures where all students feel comfortable, where all students feel like their voice is seen and their voice is heard. And this takes a lot of work. Number one, we need to be able to build schedules that support time for conversation. We can't have our classrooms on the hamster wheel, constantly running all day long from one content area to the next. We have to build master schedules that allow time for teachers to really dig in and have deep conversations within their classroom. And we also need to help teachers structure these conversations. These aren't easy to do at the very beginning of having real, intense conversations within your classroom. You need to understand how to structure a conversation. What does it look like to take turns while we're having a conversation, to listen, to respond, not to just pause to put your point of view on the table. So these are things that we'll be working with our teachers and with our students on next year as we work toward this goal of really creating this inclusive classroom environment. Our second objective for our team really looks at culturally responsive pedagogy. This is a very educational jargon word and term that you've probably seen across a lot of blogs and posts. And what does this really mean? Really, this means that we want our students to see themselves in what we're teaching within the classroom. When we go into a kindergarten classroom, we want our students to open up books and see kids that look like them, see families and experiences happening within stories that are familiar to them so that they can connect to that with their learning. We want to see different perspectives in historical events so that our students can learn to create their own perspective of what's happened in our history. And so really the tasks of this objective start with looking at our ELA curriculum. And the reason we do that is because that's an area of focus for us right now in our district, is to evaluate our English and language arts curriculum, what materials are we using. So we're going to start this work there by really auditing the materials that we have in front of our students and saying, are these representative of the wonderful population that we serve in District 26? And if not, how do we make those tweaks? How do we make those modifications so that we are providing our students with rich resources in which to learn? And last but not least is on measurement. We are data rich, right? You guys see a lot of data that we present to you on an annual basis. We come with a lot of data reports. The state presents the report card. But are we really looking at our data through an equitable lens? Are we making sure that we're looking at all of our student groups when we're looking through that data? Or is our lens very limited in our purview? So what our group wants to do is, number one, we want to have similar ways of looking at data. We all know that we can look at a graph in a newspaper or on a website, and we can all walk away with different conclusions of what that data means. So we want to train our administrators and our staff and our teachers on how do we want to analyze this data? What's the best way to analyze this data so that we can make the most effective, efficient decisions for our students? Secondly, we want to start making sure we're looking at all of our students. Are we looking at all of our data groups that represent all of our cultural groups within the district, or is our focus too narrow? So we need to sit down and we need to look at demographically, who are we? who do we serve, and how are all of those student groups performing? It might be hard to look at times because we may very well find that we have some student groups that aren't performing as well as others, but those are the groups that we need to set some targets for, and we need to really make sure we're meeting instructionally. So those are the 3 goals of the teaching and learning strand. So in very simple summary, our objectives are to find ways to engage students in each and every learning environment by giving them a voice. And we want to provide students with learning materials that they can personally connect with, and we want to closely monitor the growth of all of our students, both academically and emotionally, to make sure that we are not leaving anyone behind. So that is the work of the Teaching and Learning Group. Are there any questions that I can answer?
Anybody got any?
No, but I do want to say, I think we're moving in the right direction by having more opportunities for various reading materials within our classroom, and I know that this is kind of moving to the next step.
Yeah.
I mean, that choose your own kind of what works best with you. I think that this is just a great way to add that equity lens to it.
Yes.
So I'm excited to see what happens.
Thanks. Mr. Kuzmov. That one there, sir. You bet.
Good evening, everybody. So I am the chairperson for the Student Voice, Climate, and Culture, and our major task with this committee is to make sure that all student voices are heard, that we are taking a look at all the different populations and demographics that we have, and making sure that they are represented in the way that the school feels, operates, and runs. So we also had an excellent team working with us for this work, and it is really representative of all the different levels that we have here within not Prairie Trails, within River Trails. So our first objective is to really take a good look at our disciplinary data and making sure that we are finding those groups that may be having disproportionate discipline outcomes as they are making their way through their journey in the district. And this was a point that was brought to us by the equity audit that went down by Yvette earlier this year. And each building team will be reviewing this data as it moves through, and also at the district level as well. Much like it was mentioned earlier, this is all going to be built into our existing structure and existing practices. This is not something new we're adding onto what is already going on in the buildings. This is just coming at it with a different lens as to what is going on here. Additionally, what we will be doing is taking a look at all of our policy manuals, our student handbooks through an equity lens as well, and making sure that our disciplinary actions and procedures are equitable across all different groups that we have within the district. And another big piece of this work as well is to making sure that our disciplinary reporting systems accurately reflect what our actual disciplinary procedures are. So that's really our biggest task that we have for this upcoming school year. Our next task that we have is to develop a student equity advisory committee. And we want to pilot that here at the middle school first for next school year, and making sure that student voices are being heard within the way that we structure spirit days, the way that we address the dress code, and that the students have an active role in what is going on here. This may be through student council or what was formerly known as chief leaders, now just student leaders. Again, not trying to add something new, but building it into existing groups that we already have. And we want to start with this framework here at the middle school as a pilot program, so that we can then make adjustments next year, so that we can then bring it down into the elementary schools, and hopefully even with an age-appropriate setting, even down to Prairie Trails as well. So that this is something that is a from the top down and from the bottom up initiative that is something that students can take with them from building to building to building to building, and that all voices are being heard, but again, at an age-appropriate level. We're not going to have our kindergartners running the building or anything like that. So again, this is going to start hopefully at the middle school next year, and then work its way through in 23, 24 into the elementary schools. And we also want our middle school students to have a very strong hand in planning what that looks like in the elementary schools as well, so that the kids are the ones driving this and the students are the ones leading this. So those are our two tasks and objectives from the Student Voice, Climate, and Culture. Do you have any questions at this time? Yeah.
When you know, it's for the first objective, when you said, Yvette, said this is something that she kind of tasked us with, was she saying, hey, like this is something that, equity groups usually should take a look at is, discipline issues? Or was she like, hey, River Trails, you guys should take a look at your discipline issues?
It was, hey, River Trails.
Number two.
This is something that we really need to take a, yeah.
Yeah, it
yes.
was both, but it was not, it was definitely number two as well. Okay,
Yep.
good to know.
Yeah,
Thanks.
just it was a point that they made sure to mention, and that this was our first objective as well.
Yeah.
So this is something that we just want to make sure that we're taking a really good hard look at, so that all students' needs are met.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions at this time?
I'm super excited about the advisory board.
I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Daly for the next subgroup.
Good evening. Thank you for having us tonight. This strand, the professional learning strand, I'm short, is targeted to support the adult learners in District 26. All of our staff, every single one of them, are on their own personal journey when in terms of equity, and that's something that's really important that we keep in mind with every step of the way. So I had that's that one. I had the pleasure, the smallest group, to work with Matt Tomes and Grace Voigt from River Trails and Katie Van Eck from Indian Grove. And our work started quickly, right alongside the systems group. We started with this premise that we know adult learners require two very specific things when they're learning. One is an explicit relevance to their lives or their work, and the second is cognitive dissonance. Without those two things, we're not really learning as adults. So it's important that our training experiences that we provide for our teachers and all our staff are personally connected to them as individuals and directly connected to our district strategic plan. And that goes back to Jody's original slide. It's all aligned. So for our work, we started with the panorama survey data that our teachers took in September. They're going to take it again at the end of this month. All staff received foundational training in August and January with Yvette. Staff completed a self-assessment form in January following Yvette's work to lead us into our own professional development that we designed from this committee into the 4 schools. And then we are also supposed to do that one. Sorry. We're also supposed to, we're working on adding to our onboarding process for new staff some equity training from the work that we've done with our staff in the 4 schools. So when we asked staff in September, the specific question on Panorama, how can school leaders help you better learn about, discuss, and confront issues of race, ethnicity, and culture? Our staff made it very clear that they believe adult education is the most helpful way in starting to support this journey. So we used that little piece of data, and then also some information we learned from Yvette, and through the pre-survey, which was kind of a post-survey in January, to design the work that we did with staff, which is reflected in our second objective for professional development. So we took an anonymous pre-learning survey in January that indicated various levels of comfort conversing about topics. Teachers were kind of, some teachers felt really good about it. A lot of staff kind of in the middle, it depended. And then there was a lot of staff who just not super comfortable with that. So with that in mind, and knowing that this is an individual journey, that we have to honor every individual spot in that continuum of learning, we structured opportunities for learning and sharing during the first months, during January, February, March, and April, that collectively the staff in each individual school participated in. And so they received the repository of professional resources, which all of you have seen and have access to. And that provided them access to a choice of topics for their interests. Preferred learning modalities, you could listen to podcasts, you could read, you could watch videos. TED Talks are a fan favorite. And then varying levels of commitment. Some were 4-minute chunks of information that they could take back to share with their colleagues. Some were all out books or chapters of books, movies that people would watch. So it really, people found what they wanted to look for, and that was really important for them. The learning that they participated in each of the schools had 3 main purposes. One, to increase their self-awareness of equity and identities. The second, to engage in professional conversations with each other about equity and identities. And then the third, which will lead into all the work that Christy started talking about 2 strands ago, begin to make those connections to their professional roles and responsibilities. So again, what's important to me, and what does this have to do with my work with children? So we did another post-survey at the end because we want to make sure we're meeting the needs of our adult learners. And so this post-survey, and all of this is anonymous, so I have no idea who anybody is. We gave it to them in April after the last session at each of the schools. And what this shows you in the first one is the pride of an individual's learning. How do you feel about what you've learned? And this is from, I don't feel good at all about what I learned, to I'm super proud of how much I've learned. And then the second graph shows you your comfort level in having a conversation with colleagues about these topics. And the conversations were open discussions. They had starters, they were provided, but they were open conversations led by peers. There was no admin, at least in my building. I didn't go in. I didn't want people to feel uncomfortable. So this is their growth in comfort, a decrease of comfort to an increase of comfort. So you can see just a lot of positive growth occurred just in 3 or 4 opportunities to have open discussions about various equity topics. Finally, the third objective for us is focused on monitoring the professional learning targets as we continue working with the other strands. We're going to use the data we get from Panorama. There's just a few questions related to this topic, but it helps us see where teachers are at. Use it in this spring, and again in next fall we'll have data. And that will allow for a level of accountability that our targets are focused on what teachers and staff are looking for. And then always a reminder that professional development and equity is ongoing, and while no training reaches all people, ever, it never does. So there are some outliers always. The training that we do provide has to include personalized differentiation, an all-in mindset. This is who we are in District 26, and this is where we're going and what we're committed to. Opportunities for open discussions and reflection, a connection to a larger strategic plan, and prioritization. This is important to us, and we're going to make time for it, and we're going to build it into our schedules, and we're going to make sure our teachers grow in their comfort and understanding for this work. Our future strand objectives will continue to support the individual journeys, parallel to supporting the priorities outlined in the other 4 strands. Does the board have any questions for the professional learning strand?
I just have one about the Panorama. So when we do it when we have that assessment in the fall, and then another one in the spring at the end of the school year, we're just looking for growth over that one time frame. So like when we do this again next fall, we're not looking for growth over the summer.
Correct.
Okay, but
Correct.
people are free to go ahead and explore on their own. This is more just for the annual purposes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Am I right? Okay. I want to make sure I answer that correctly, but yes. And Panorama is new to us. Remember, we've only taken it one time this year. When we take it at the end of this month, it'll be the second time we're taking it, and it'll be the first opportunity we'll have to compare the beginning of the year to the end of the year. And there's so many other facets to that survey. This is literally, I think, 2 questions on Panorama, but they gave us good information for this work. Any other questions?
Yeah, I got one. Can you talk a little bit to the curriculum behind this?
Do you mean the resources teachers are using behind this?
Yeah.
What I can say about the resources that are found on the
Padlet.
Padlet, thank you.
You're
Forgot
welcome.
the word. A lot of those resources came from from Yvette and from the group that we're working with in terms of these are good places to start. A lot of the resources are resources that DELT members read themselves, watched themselves, listened to themselves, and shared amongst our group. We have, for a short period of time, had opened it up to allow teachers to say, hey, can you add this? And hey, can you add that? We pulled back on that only because in conferring with Yvette, our group conferred with Yvette, and it came to an understanding that we probably should have a system to make sure that we can vet certain resources that align with the goals of the equity journey. So there is no program. There is a huge continuum of resources, and that's really important when we think about how to differentiate and personalize people's learning journeys. Okay?
Anybody else? Okay, thank you.
All right, family and community as agency.
Oh, thank you. Do you see your glasses, Karen? Yes. Thank you. No problem. So yeah, we are the family and community as agency strand, and as you can see there, the objective is to develop, first of all, here's our members, also small, but mighty, much like our district. And our objective is to develop and actively collaborate with the Community Equity Advisory Committee, or CEAC as only I am calling it. It's going to catch on, though. The important thing about this, while it is just one objective, is it fits into multiple objectives in the strategic plan. Community communication, collaboration, obviously a big part of what we're trying to accomplish here. And the purpose of it is to ensure that we have an open dialogue between all members of the district community together. And it'll be hard because we know just getting people together at specific times can be a difficult task. But it's important to make sure we're collaborating and hearing the voices, understanding our blind spots as a district, and make sure that we're getting input from everybody. So really we look at it as 3 steps. The first step, which is already underway, is building interest in the committee. And that means recruiting membership. The multicultural family night that we had about a month ago was a great start for this, because the facilitators at that event were able to talk to parents and guardians who clearly are open and eager to be a part of all this in this journey. So that was step 1. We want to continue to try to reach out to families and to other parents who want to get involved. We obviously don't want to be missing anybody, because that is the whole point of this committee. District staff, that's a big part of it as well. We obviously have in this district a pretty diverse staff, and we want to make sure that we're utilizing that to our benefit. And the next group is community at large. The members of the community, such as business owners, local government officials, the Mount Prospect Library. We have good relationships with a lot of these groups, but how often are we all coming together to discuss equity and making sure that they're hearing from us and we're hearing from the families as well? And I think that's going to be very valuable. And then ultimately, we want to, have students as a part of it. Now, that was part of Strand 3, so that would be, in a way, the end goal would be to have sort of all these folded into one to make sure that we are getting everybody's input on issues. Step 2 is probably the hardest part about it, and that's going to be determining meeting times and agenda. We know that getting people together is hard enough. We don't want to waste anybody's time. We want these meetings to matter, and we want them to be productive and meaningful. So part of it is going to be talking to other districts who have already undergone with this task, and we've already started that process as well. But we also don't want to dictate what the agenda is. We want to be open-minded and listen, and making sure that we're hearing the voices of everybody. So it's hard to say for sure what agenda will be at this point. I think it's going to start with a series of questions and trying to understand what members of the community think about certain aspects of the district. And then finally, we want to walk the walk. We don't want to just get the committee together and put the green check mark there. We want this to be an ongoing group, and we want it to be productive. We want there to be results. So we want to take what we're hearing at these meetings and put them into practice, and that's going to involve everybody in the district. What that looks like at this point, we don't know, but we want to be open-minded and making sure that we're following through on all this. So it's not going to be easy to accomplish. Again, we know how hard it is to get people to go to meetings, to find time where everybody is available, especially if we're doing it on a regular basis, but it's important. So that is Strand 5. With that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions? Okay. Thank you,
Thank you
Mr.
very much.
Finfer. Nice job.
All right, I get to wrap this up.
Guess you don't really need it.
I don't really need it because we're on the last one. So what are our next steps? We're going to have a new superintendent. Hopefully, by next Tuesday night, we will know. And we need to get that person up to speed so they know where we are and what our next steps are. We have a list of tasks we need to get through, and so we need to plan that, get that done, and regularly report it to our board and our community. Yvette is our equity advisor right now, and when we last talked with her, we said, so what happens now with our relationship? We're pretty much on our journey. We know what our next steps are, but we're afraid we might get stuck somewhere. And so there are a variety of ways that we could continue to work with her on a much less formal, much less consistent basis. And so we're looking at some of those, and maybe even she has a list of professional development that's like, okay, we've done 101 and 102, so what's next? So there's all these things that we've been talking about, but we haven't gotten there yet. And to make sure that all of this happens, make sure that we have regular meetings with our strand leaders. So we get that group together, and there may be some things where the actual whole strand group meets very infrequently because they know it needs to get done and it's planned for and it happens, and they get together and evaluate it when it happens. And there may be some other groups that are going to be meeting much more often. So that is all of this evening. Yes.
So what happens when new teachers are brought on or new employees are brought into the district? How are they brought up to speed on the program?
So that's going to be one of the things that we're going to do during our new teacher meetings. So probably a piece in the very beginning in August, and then they meet once a month, and we'll have some components in there because we have found we can only front load so much information without their heads exploding. But we're also, as we're hiring, there are some questions that we're asking people to see where they are in, and I do think that a lot of universities are doing a better job, and a lot of districts are doing training as well, whether someone's coming, straight out of school. Not everywhere, but it's not new and unique anymore, so we are getting more people who come with stronger backgrounds.
Okay, thank you.
Will any of the equity training be done as professional development on Thursdays?
Oh, yes, yeah, and we have been doing some of it on the Thursday mornings, especially with the Pick Your Own Adventure. There were some really interesting things in looking at what different schools were doing, and there were some people who were like small groups that were reading or watching and doing the same thing and then getting back and together and talking. And I think that this is hard stuff to talk about. I never feel as ignorant as I do when I read some things. I'm like, wow, like I never thought about things from someone else's perspective. And I give our staff a lot of credit for, opening themselves up to. Even our discussions that we've had at DELT have been a lot of, some of us really sharing that, wow, I never realized that when I say X, it's interpreted by some people as X and other people, no. So it's a joyous journey to grow and develop and be good to humans.
I again do not have a question, but I just want to say, being part of this, just for my fellow board members, I think was not just amazing opportunity for me, but to watch everybody dedicate so much time and effort. And I mean, this was multiple meetings trying to figure out what the core priorities really were for our district. And I think that everyone did an outstanding job. And just to see the dedication that everybody put into this, and I do highly recommend going on to Padlet. We all have access to that. So we can also continue our equity journey. We should all be, walking the walk if this is what we're asking our staff to do. So kudos. I think it's a wonderful place to start, and we have work as well. I hope everyone noticed that we need to come up with language as well to guide our district. So thank you again.
Each train leader did a great job. Thank you. Okay, business services, that is you, Dr. Schuster.
Okay, so we have the architects working on the schematic designs for the infrastructure upgrades at all of our schools. Several months ago, we talked about financing options and how we were going to do this. We had originally planned on issuing bonds this spring. That was back when the interest rates were really low. As the interest rates have gone up, it makes more sense to wait until next spring, right before our construction starts, to actually issue the bonds. But we do have Elizabeth Hennessy here from Raymond James to give us an update on the financing and what we're currently looking at. We don't have to make any decisions yet. That we'll probably bring it to the Finance Committee and the board around starting in January next year, with the idea of issuing some of the bonds in March of next year.
So I guess I'll start with this dreadful graph. So what you see here is interest rates going up very dramatically since December of '21. What we have is the purple line is the one-year tax-exempt MMD. The red line is the 10-year MMD. The blue line is the 10-year taxable U.S. Treasury rate. And the yellow line is the 30-year. So, going back to January of 19, rates started to come down, and then we hit March 2020 and the impact of COVID made interest rates go up extremely fast till the Fed stepped in, lowered interest rates, and became the lender of last resort. Then we hit an all-time low in August of 2020, and then rates kind of creeped up and down, very stable, really, until January of 22. And that's when those big inflation numbers started to come out. So, as you know, inflation has been as high as 8.6% year over year. The Fed is committed to controlling it through increases in interest, the Fed funds rate. They've increased it so far by 0.25%, looking at a 0.50% increase in May. The question is how much of this is built in already and how much is yet to come. The Fed is pretty dedicated to slowing down inflation by raising interest rates. The good news is that we're still close to where we were in January of 2019, 2018. But just this dramatic increase in rates has caused things to look different. So I apologize to the audience how small these numbers are. I know, hopefully the board, you have this on your screen so you can see. These are the outstanding bond issues the district has. And in 21, we did a refunding of the outstanding 2011 bonds and issued just under $1 million of new money with the interest savings. That was a really strong saving refunding. The 2019 bonds refunded a portion of the 2007s and resulted in $6 million of new money for projects. And then the district has some debt certificates paid from the O&M fund, and These two of them in 2017A and the 2017s were qualified zone academy bonds, meaning that the interest rate's really zero. This is a federal program if you're making improvements on what the federal government defines as a zone academy. And so that is very, very affordable for the district, simply just paying back the principal. And in 2017, there's another QZAB with a rate of 0.25%. And then in 2016, there's debt certificates with a rate of 2.087. So very low interest rates on those. The district's debt limit is $26 million based on the statutory formula, 6.9% of the EAV. The working cash bond limit, those working cash bonds are non-referendum bonds, that's $8.2 million right now. And this is a chart showing the outstanding non-referendum current debt service, which is in the middle of the page, goes out to the year 2034. And the good news is if you look at the green box, you've got room to issue more bonds for your capital plan in the year 25. So district's always been really conservative, very good planners in terms of making room for additional flexibility for additional bonds. But right now, it's in the year 2025. Okay, so, whoops. Here's a graphic. The green bars are the payments on the non-referendum bonds. The blue line is the debt service extension base, which is the limit. And then you can see here graphically in 2025, that's when the bars go below the line, allowing additional bonding capacity. So we're going to talk a little bit about operating fund debt service. As I mentioned, those QZABs and debt certificates, district still has to pay back principal, and you pay it back from the operating funds. So the payments on those, if you look on the far right-hand side of the page, are about $520,000 a year. So each year when you put your budget together, the district very specifically budgets about $520,000 from your O&M funds and any available funds, actually, to go ahead and pay the principal and interest on those debt certificates. Okay, so now we're going to talk a little bit about financing options. And the good news is the district does expect to receive additional funds from the new Tax Refund Recovery Act. So what that involves is if the county clerk takes money off your extension to pay for tax refunds in the prior year, the following year it will extend that same amount as a supplemental tax levy above your current operating tax levy. And it's hard to know what that's going to be from year to year. Lyndall, I forgot, what's this 21 levy going to be?
It's about $800,000.
Okay. So that's great. It's an addition to your operating funds coming in from taxes and makes up for money you had to pay back in prior year. But we can't know that each year it's going to be $800,000. So, but that's definitely helpful for your operating funds as you look at future debt. So the other thing we know is that CPI is expected to be over 5% in the 22 levy year. So this will increase your aggregate extension base, leaving more funding available for capital projects and debt service. So the options we're going to show are issuing debt certificates, again, paid from the operating funds in March of 23, leveraging these additional operating dollars up to $2 million annually, utilizing either alternate revenue bonds or debt certificates. Debt certificates are repaid over 20 years. Alternate bonds can go longer than 20 years, but they do have a petition period and a public hearing prior to issuance. So option 1 is $20 million, repaid over 20 years. Option 2 is $10 million in March of 23 and $10 million in March of 24. So each issue can be 21 years. And then the third option is 10 million issued in March of '23. Again, sorry for the small numbers, but let me just go through this chart. On the left, we have the fiscal year. Then we have the existing debt service paid from the operating funds, again, that $520,000. And then in this option, the proposed $20 million repaid over 20 years. We are using interest rates as of April 14th, 2022 for AA2 rated Illinois tax exempt bonds plus a 1% cushion. So you can see the estimated all-in true interest cost is 4.43%. So that's a very different interest rate than we've seen in the past, but that's the world we're living in today. And we do have that cushion in there. So we're trying to be conservative, especially as you look at what you might budget. So this takes your O&M fund payments or operating fund payments up to $2 million for about 10 years, and then drops down to $1.5 million with the final payment payoff out 20 years in 2043. Option 2 is 10 million issued in '23, and then coming back for the next 10 million issued in '24. And similar structure, the increase in '24 is less. It goes just up to $1,283,000. Then those 2 million payments through 2031, then dropping down to $1.5 million. And one last payment that goes out a year later to 2044. So these are two 20-year bonds, consecutive years, which allows you to go out in total 21 years. So we have a higher cushion in the 24 issue. The further we go out, the more uncertain we get about interest rates. And then option 3 is if we just do 10 million, and that certainly helps the payments. They're $1,283,000 a year at the max, and then drop down to $763,000 after the existing debt is paid. So that's not too different from what you've been paying over your past years. So I'll just pause right here. This operating fund debt can be issued as either debt certificates or alternate revenue bonds. Alternate revenue bonds have an extra source of revenue backing them up, meaning a tax levy that's abated every year. In order to issue those, you need to have a petition period and public hearing. So if you chose that route, you would want to start this process in December of this year. Otherwise, issuing the debt certificates is simply a resolution of the board, which you could go ahead and do in February to get your money in March of '23. So you have it ready for your projects the following summer. And again, you know, with these higher interest rates and knowing we're paying from operating, we decided it's best to, even though we could have higher interest rates in March of '23, we're not paying interest on money that we're not yet spending. So for the projects that will be bid for summer of '23. Yes.
Quick question. Well, maybe it won't be quick. So you said the alternate revenue bonds, and you said the advantage there is additional funding or source
additional credit from an investor point of view. You have two sources of revenue. They're being paid from the operating funds, but if something happened, a tax levy would increase taxes to pay the bonds. When I say something happened, something that prevented you from paying the principal and interest on bonds, and that would have to be catastrophic. You know, a district that's in as good a shape as you are that would be very unlikely. But it is two sources of revenue pledged to pay the bonds. As you budget the operating funds, the tax levy is then abated. So there's extra paperwork involved, as well as the petition period and public hearing.
There's prospectively a lower interest rate, though?
A little bit lower interest rate, yes. That's the advantage.
Using your tax rolls as a guarantee or...
It's a backup. You got it. Frank?
Liz, if the property taxes for the second installment are not issued this year, as is being stipulated or hypothetically thrown out there, does that impact any of this type of funding? If we don't get the property tax money until next year, is that a concern that it might somehow impact this?
You know, that's a really good question. Lyndall and I have spoken, and
Yeah, one of the reasons that you just see the 10 million, that would at least get us one school's infrastructure, is because of all those uncertainties. So, we'll keep analyzing this. It'll come to the Finance Committee again before we go out to do the bonds. We'll have a better idea of what the projects will cost us because we'll have done some of the drawings and have it estimated by our construction manager. So that's why you see several options here, because we're not making a decision yet.
that's right, because, if all these bonds, the biggest payment, they pay semi-annually, but the principal and interest payment is typically in December, around December 15th. So if we have a year like it looks like we're going to have this year, where property taxes are not even going to come in till January or February, the district must have enough cash to pay not only its operating expenses, the teachers, and all operating expenses for, 3 to 6 months, but you're also going to have to make that December 15th bond payment. So if that's going to happen the
That's
following
another reason
year-
not to issue the bonds now.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I just have two other things on this, which I'll show you quickly. Just non-referendum bond option. This is out in the future, 2025. We mentioned that's when you would have bonding authority again. A 10-year payback based on today's interest rates with a cushion gets you about $4,067,000. So that does not depend on operating funds. That's a separate levy. But it would extend your tax rate for non-referendum bonds at about 25 cents. And then another option to look at, there's a graphic of that. The referendum bond option, around 30 million issued in April of 25. Just as an example, what would the annual payments be? What would the tax impact be? Be $2,340,000 a year annual payment, a 38-cent tax rate increase. For a home valued at $350,000, it'd be about $392 increase. So those are for future options as you look at your long-term capital plan. Okay. Any other questions?
Any questions? Okay. Thanks, Liz.
Thank you. I'll just leave that there.
Lyndall, you are still up.
Okay, we are now on E-rate switches. So we have increased our bandwidth to 10 gigabytes, but we have a fairly old system, aging network system, so we do need to upgrade it. Through the E-rate process, the district put out an RFP. It's mostly switches and some additional equipment. We would actually get 50% of the cost of this back. So we received quotes from 6 companies. They were rated on a point system, which included vendor support, manufacturer strength, ease of management, and the cost. E2 Services was rated the highest, and they do manage our network currently, so we are recommending that we purchase these items from E2 Services. The total cost is $28,575.89, but we'll get 50% of that back, so it'll actually only cost us $14,287.95. We are recommending, I believe it's only information tonight. We're doing it now, even though it will come out of next year's technology budget because these items take a long time to come in.
And my only question is, I'm sorry if I missed this in the memo, and why is it 50% off?
The federal government has an E-rate program, which helps us fund technology. So it helps with some of the internet
and some other kinds of technology items. These switches, because they're part of our internet structure, qualify for that. So we get the money back. We get money back from Comcast as well.
Okay, is this part of is this part of that getting Wi-Fi to all, the legislative piece that came out
This has been around for a long time. It used
then
to
never
help pay for our cell phones. They don't cover that anymore, but they do cover some of this internet. And we have a consultant that helps us put out our E-rate program and bids. That's this David Wilson that's on the memo. And we've been doing that for every year since I've been here.
Yeah, just a little quick history on that. In the 90s, AT&T got busted for overcharging governmental institutions and others, and as part of their settlement, they established this a fund and a department within the government, and taxes. There's taxes on your on your bills that go into this E-rate fund that are then distributed based on free and reduced lunch rates. So the poorer a district is, the more the percentage is. So a poor district, it's common to see a 90% reduction in these expenses, and ours, 50%.
And
Great to know.
There was extra money this year, so I believe we got some, laptops or Chromebooks or something in addition to what we normally get. So it's a great program, and we take advantage of it.
Yeah, my only catch with this is just it's more of just a general IT question, and it also kind of was with those Chromebooks. But what are we doing with just in terms of recycling the old equipment? Because we talk about all the environmental impacts of our buildings and stuff.
I believe we have somebody that comes and picks it up.
Okay.
I don't know the name of the company,
But we
all the IT people bring everything together to the warehouse, and then the recycler comes and collects it. I'm not familiar with who that is, but it's a technology recycling group.
Cool.
You're still up.
I'm up
You need
all
a break?
night.
You need
No, I'm good.
seventh inning stretch? Anything? You all right?
No. Okay, so we have had a lease with Joseph Academy for a very long time, but they have been struggling and have decided to end the lease at the end of this year. We do have a kind of a payment arrangement with them. The lease is in your board packet. I can answer questions if you have any. Otherwise, they have signed it, and this will terminate our relationship with them.
So they're out at the end of June, I believe?
At the end of June, yes. They will have to make a couple payments in July and August.
Correct.
They have made their one payment that was due March 31st. They did pay just on time. So.
Any questions? Yes, Donna.
I just want to make sure it goes on the record that they will owe us money, even though they are out of the building. So they're out of the building on June 30th, and they will have to make a payment by July 31st of 2022.
That is correct.
Okay.
$40,000 by July 31st of 2022.
I just wanted on the record, because I'm kind of curious as to what's going to happen if they don't pay it. If they're out of the building and we've accepted this, and that's part of the agreement, but they default, what are our options?
I believe we'd probably have to take them to court.
And obviously, our attorneys went over this and are
Yes,
happy.
our attorney drafted the lease and everything, and when we asked those questions at the time.
Any other questions? Okay. Right, this is an action item, so can I get a motion and a second to accept the lease termination agreement with Joseph Academy?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Fiorito, second by Johnson.
Stolzer, yes. Johnson.
Yes.
Fiorito.
Yes.
Friedland.
Yes.
Ronstadt.
Yes.
Grimpy.
Yes.
Camardo.
Yes.
Motion carries.
And evidence-based funding refund, is that you also, Lyndall?
Yes, we are, Illinois State Board of Education made some kind of mistake, and we are getting an additional $1,161.39. Yay.
it's going to, everything else.
Does anybody have any questions on that? Okay. Lyndall, smoke them if you got them. You're good to go. Well, I mean, you're not on the floor anymore. That's what I meant. Sorry.
I will be coming up soon.
Oh, you're right. You don't get a break. Sorry. Put them back away.
I get a short break.
Right.
Mr. Ronstadt is going to do the next one.
So we're up to committee reports. NSSCO, Mr. Ronstead, you are our representative.
Yeah, so a lot of work going on at NSSCO. They've been putting together their budgets. They are, of course, like a lot of places, seeing cost increases in various spots. A couple to highlight are the health insurance plan was up like 11%, transportation up 11%. That's a big number for any district, but proportionally at NSSCO, because the ratio of students to transportation, that equated to a $250,000 overall increase. And then we are in the midst of union negotiations as well. So obviously the same kind of parameters that are occurring here are also occurring there. And they've in particular had.
You have to do that in closed session in negotiations.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Okay.
You can talk about the budget. Just the negotiations will be covered in closed session, please.
Okay. Yep. So. Yeah, so I mean that's the big components. They've had a set aside for capital projects that resulted in the Timber Ridge gym, which was saved up over a course of 6 or 7 years. That is falling off this year. So there are, they I think are making a concerted effort to reduce expenses where they can. Enrollment has been relatively flat. They have, I think it's close to 30% out of district tuition, which we do get a premium for tuition for kids that are out of district. So that helps to offset member district costs. Some of the staffing concerns have made it difficult to take on some of those new students, so there has been also some lost opportunities for revenue. There's been, because of some staff shortages, there's been an increase in contract usage of certain professional staff that are mandated by the IEPs. Overall, any questions on it that myself or Lyndall can answer?
Do you know what the impact will be on us for the new budget?
It's roughly a 5% increase across the programs. There is a specific to us. I think our charge went from.
It's in the back.
Right.
Yeah.
I have it right here.
Yeah, can you?
So, last year's budget was $696,000. We did go up with some students added this year to $727,000. We are projecting an additional 2.4 students, so in addition to the 5% increase, we're up to $879,000, about $150,000 increase from where we are today. We'll see how that plays out when we put together the whole budget, and we'll look at the students again with Dr. Megerly, see where we are.
I apologize for my ignorance. So how, for enrollment, I'm assuming that since a lot of these students have already been identified early in their educational career, do we have a lot of people added on at any point? I mean, not a lot, sorry. Do we have additional?
Well, students move in. There are students that we find and identify that have some certain issue. Sometimes it's behavioral that comes up, and then we do put them over there. We do try to keep as many students here as we can, which is, we've got the autism class over at Euclid, and we were adding to that, continuing adding a second class. That was part of the staffing plan.
Okay.
So we don't have as many students going to NSSAO, because you can see from the tuition,
we're talking $45,000 to $50,000 per student when we
Yeah, I
send
would
them
just-
there.
It's also best practice. to
And it's
keep
also
them-
best practice
Yes.
to have them here at the schools,
You always
yes,
want to
that
have
too.
least restrictive environment.
Yes, least
Yeah,
restrictive
no,
environment, right.
I was just
Yes.
curious if
And
we
that-
ever see like one or two get added in like later in the summer.
Yes, we
just-
do,
But only
definitely.
mostly because of move-in though.
Mostly because,
But you can
or
also have
students that.
behavioral too. I mean, you're.
Yeah.
A lot of,
Yeah.
yes.
And then young students that, they're in preschool and then they come into kindergarten or first grade or whatever, they might need some,
Perfect.
to go over
Yeah,
there.
there's also other programs, so there might be, where they've got a portion of their curriculum that is being provided by NSSEO, right?
Yes. And then we actually have not had any students at other private facilities for a couple years. We've been doing it through NSSEO.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Schuster. Thank you, Mr. Ronstadt. Anybody have any questions for either one of them? Okay, then can I get a motion and a second to approve the NSSEO amended 2021-2022 annual budget and the 2022-2023 annual budget?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Fiorito, second by Friedland.
So sorry. Right with you.
Just to take action. You're fine. Fiorito and then me. Yep.
Grimpy,
Yes.
Fiorito,
Yes.
Camardo,
Yes.
Stolzer, yes. Johnson,
Yes.
Friedland,
Yes.
Ronstadt,
Yes.
motion carries.
Great job, Robert.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Operations Committee, Mr. Fiorito, you are the chair.
All right, here we go. Okay, we had a good meeting. Bill, myself, Robert, and plenty of guests. First thing we're going to talk about is the 1.6 base bid from Albrecht Enterprises. This has to do with the permeable paving and also kind of some work at the River Trails Middle School regarding the building parking lot, especially what many of you experienced probably even tonight, the corner that's right behind me probably, right over here. So Lyndall, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay, and Patty, if you could put those pictures up when you get a chance to. So as you have heard, our school district was selected by the Metropolitan Water Reclamation District of Greater Chicago for a Green Infrastructure Partnership Program, which they will provide $650,000 towards a permeable paver parking lot and rain gardens at River Trails Middle School. So the project replaces the asphalt from the front parking lot and the side bus drives. You can just kind of scroll through those. And then so that kind of shows you what condition this is in. It was part of the facilities assessment, and it was identified as something that we definitely need to replace. It's in poor condition. So you can see those pictures there, what it looks like. And then the last picture shows you what we're going to do. I do have Mike Renner here from Erickson Engineering, if you have any questions about it. Okay, so you can see that's the drawing. The purple part is the permeable paver. In front of it is the rain gardens. So that would be out by the street out that way. You're here. We're also doing the corners going around to the bus drive will be in concrete, but the rest of it is impermeable pavers. It's different colors because it's different strengths of permeable pavers of the concrete, just to make it, sturdier for buses and things like that to go around. And then we are doing a part of this back here by the doors back here.
And one of the questions that I think Bill asked was about the turn and the use of the concrete, because we figured that would probably be putting a lot of pressure on that. Was that not right, Bill? I think you asked that question.
It was that, and then also where they park back here.
Sure.
But it wasn't, where they're parking back here isn't being worked.
It was still a great question, Bill. Don't.
Yes, well, where they're parked back there is that blue at the top. So that we are doing with permeable pavers too, but it's a different kind than the front part. So we received the bids on April 8th. We did have an alternate, which was for sidewalk and snow, a place to put the snow, but we are not recommending doing the alternate. But
we got 2 bids, one from Seboka Concrete Construction and one from Albrecht. The Albrecht was the lowest at $1,644,500. Our original construction estimate, which was done back in December, was $1,413,500. So there was an increase. Some of the reasons for that increase, we did have to put in, do some design changes because of what MWRD required. We put in some electrical provisions so that we could put future EV chargers along the front of the building, and also there were some other electrical needs that we had to add. And then, but the biggest thing was there were substantial cost increases for both materials and trucking. For, as you've heard of from everything else, everything's costing more than anticipated. One of the partnership requirements that goes along with our equity plan is an affirmative action requirement, which the construction company has agreed to meet those requirements and has put those into their bid. Because it is more expensive, we looked at some ways that we can reduce the overall cost of the project. So there is a $165,000 bid allowance in that $1,600,000. We believe we can reduce that to $95,000. We had estimated a full-time supervisor for Nicholas Construction, but we're going to take that back to a part-time person. And the engineering costs were overall a little less than we had planned. So the overall cost of the project, we're now looking at a net cost of $1,266,522 after we get the grant, or I'm not to call it a grant, the partnership from Metropolitan Water Reclamation District. The schedule would be to award the project this evening. Actually, it will be contingent on the Metropolitan Water District signing their agreement, starting construction on June 6th and ending construction on August 5th. So the Operations Committee were unanimous in recommending that the Board of Education accept the $1,644,500 base bid from Albrecht Enterprises and reject the alternate bid pending approval of the MWRD and River Trails School District intergovernmental agreement by both parties. MWRD is bringing it to their board on May 5th. And then another thing to note is that Albrecht was the construction company that did the Euclid permeable pavers back in 2019 and worked very well with us, did a great job. And the plan is to fund this project from MWRD and our capital projects and operations and maintenance fund balances. I do have, as I said, Mike Renner's here to answer any questions. Dan's here, and I also have Dave Torres on the phone, if you have any questions for them.
Any questions? Yes, Donna.
I will just make a comment. I will not vote for pavers. I don't care what the cost is, unless it's free or $1. But $1.6 million is out of my ballpark. We could do a lot more things with a $1.6 million, so I will not be voting for that.
And to note, the permeable pavers do have about a twice the lifespan of regular asphalt. They do not have the flooding problems, the puddles that you see, the maintenance, some of the maintenance issues that we've just taken a look at. So, and they are healthier for our environment, which is why MWRD is doing this partnership, because it eliminates the chemicals that comes off the asphalt, plus helps flooding within the town of Mount Prospect. We did get support from the village to help us deal with flooding issues here in this area, which you've probably noticed quite a bit of that lately. I certainly notice it when I go for walks.
Can I ask one more question?
Yes.
In the past conversations with you, I had asked how the pavers get plowed with snow. And so if you could...
Dan will answer that question.
It's very similar to the asphalt. I mean, we plow the we plowed the lot over at Euclid. We've done it for the last 2 or 3 years, so really it plows about the same as asphalt. There is a difference when the sun hits asphalt. The retention of heat is a little different in the asphalt than it is in the brick. So there are conditions where you arrive and the conditions are slightly better at the asphalt. And there's other times, depending on the weather, overnight temperatures, when you arrive and the conditions are a little bit better on the permeable pavers. So they're a little different in that way because of the transfer, you know, the heat coming through the earth and how they retain heat. But as for the plowing, it's about the same.
Well, the reason I had called you that one time was because there was, in the bills and checks, there was a snowplow company, and then that was only doing Euclid as opposed to us doing our.
It's actually the other way around. We do the permeable pavers, and the snowplow company does the asphalt. And that
Okay.
was an outsourcing decision that we made a number of years ago, that because of the time and the overtime that it took for the staff, that we went with a service company. But we actually plow our permeable paver parking lots currently.
Okay, so we don't have to have two separate types of plow heads or whatever they call the front.
We do have a different plow blade
Yes,
that has a different bottom edge on it that we use on the pavers.
And we had to buy that special when we put that in, because we did not own one of those before we owned
But
pavers.
we needed to buy plows anyway, so we bought that kind of plow head when we bought plows.
So that's bottom edge, a scraper, kind of like on a snow shovel. There's a scraper on the bottom, right? And you wear it out over time and then you replace it. So it's very similar in the snowplow world. If at some point, even the metal edge on the bottom of the plow, you unbolt it, we do it in-house. We did one last year. So you're gonna buy a different style. The cost is, I'm not positive what the cost of the one is versus the other, but I'm sure they're comparable. If anything, the one for the permeable pavers might cost a little less because it's not made out of the same heavy gauge steel. It's made out of some kind of composite material.
Okay.
But I would like to comment really quickly. I'm new in the district, but on the snow plowing piece and the subcontracting of the snow plowing, I think the reason that it's important to the district to have that extra resource is snow falls when it wants to fall, and the volume falls at times at the most inopportune moments. So, you know, you get a big storm at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, we may pay, which is unfortunate, we may pay the snowplow company to come through here and plow off 3 or 4 inches. It may continue to snow, and me and the guys are out there plowing anyway. So we really do it because to have enough equipment and enough resources to make sure the schools are open on time and make sure we can provide a safe environment, as safe as we can for the students and the occupants. That's why we use that contract to do the other 2 buildings.
I have no problem with having a backup. What I was getting at is you need different equipment to plow pavers than you do
There is a different edge
asphalt.
available, right.
It's just a different.
Edge on the plow.
Another piece I want to make a quick comment, she talked about community flooding. This entire system, including the rain garden, I think is estimated to store over 200,000 gallons of water. I don't know, it's 215?
222,000.
Okay, 222,000, I'm sorry. And that has a significant impact on the blocks in the area right around the school. That's a lot of water storage that isn't getting dumped down the drains out on Wolf Road that's gonna back up in other areas. So, there's a lot of capacity there.
Go ahead, Rob. I got something to add too. And I just want to point out that, you know, it's too bad we don't have any community members here because
We constantly heard that the permeable pavers, when they were input at Euclid, that the plows were gonna rip it up and it was gonna be just a worthless experience. And Prairie Trails has permeable pavers, am I correct? Yeah, I've been here for almost every day during the winter time, and I can't remember walking through the parking lot or driving through the parking lot and seeing permeable. How about you, Natalie? Have you seen a lot of the bricks coming up? No, I haven't either. We did have some snow this winter, so the permeable pavers do work and they are environmentally correct.
Now, one other comment, I'm sorry, I'd like to make one more comment on that slide, if I can get the slide back up. Just to clarify, the statement was made earlier about the blue area that's right outside the window out here. And somebody said we park there. That's actually only a strip about 20 to 30 feet wide that goes along the back of the building. So that's going to be done, that's where most of your deliveries are, your tractor trailer, your milk delivery, your produce guys. that's where the heaviest wear and tear zone is gonna be. They would not allow us to do the area west of that, the rest of the lot, because that whole area already feeds into a detention area that's just on the west side of the wing of the building out by the greenhouses. So we weren't allowed to tie that into the project. So the asphalt's not in perfect condition. It's gonna require some work at some point, but at this point, it's not part of this project.
Could I just make,
Sure. Please.
Mike Renner with Erickson Engineering. I guess that one stipulation or one comment about the pavement area that's west. So you're correct that you didn't include it in this project, but more importantly, MWRD, that asphalt was included in a prior permit. So if you were to take and include that work in this project, we felt it was probably not advisable to do that because it get them confused about whether or not that work is in another watershed area versus in the new area that we're working on. So you could have, but I guess it was our advice, don't put it in there because sometimes it confuses the reviewers. Pretty soon you're providing storage for that area twice, and it just didn't make any sense to do that. Plus, I guess we felt that could be done at a later date and not confuse the reviewers. So just wanted to mention that.
So I too have been a critic of the pavers for the only reason that they have been more expensive. I love all the environmental factors. I love everything we're talking about has been great. The premium we have paid in the past, I do see it as a kind of a generational investment. But I will say that with the funding from the Metropolitan Water District and the partnership that you have helped to forge here, that this actually is a financially responsible decision in that, going back and looking proportionally at costs at River Trails, I think we're quite competitive, if not a little less than doing traditional asphalt with the partnership with Metropolitan. So somehow these pavers have worked out to save us some money, which I'm very happy to see. So thank you.
No, go right ahead.
I just want to make sure that before we start this project, if it gets approved, Ben, I'm throwing this one to you, that we do a significant amount of work of getting information out there about the benefits of permeable pavers. And I know that our neighbors will see them stacked up like they did at Euclid, and we need to do a lot of front loading of that information so people understand why we've chosen that and that it is a long-term investment as opposed to a short-term, and all of the environmental and health benefits. And maybe it's something good for our summer school kids.
We talked about it today with the students who came over to trail.
Great.
We did. I mentioned it to every group I took out there.
And maybe it is something that we can have students help with the PR because they're going to get our world when we're done with it.
Just piggybacking on what you said, Nancy, as a board member who's had to answer to the permeable paver question multiple times, I think, the pictures that we just had of the parking lot, perhaps some low spots with puddles in it. I know as a former Euclid parent, I was able to personally attest to having to scale like lakes prior to the permeable pavers. And then after, I was like, I'm just going to tell you that it is night and day difference. And then, having just frank discussions with some community members about, they last twice as long, they cost, 50% more. I'm like, that's actual fiscal sense. And then if we can talk about it's a partnership, not a grant. If we can talk about the partnership, and how we have that, that is even making, it more financially sweeter, then that's a no-brainer. So I think those are really some important discussion points to get out there.
Mike, do you have something else you want to add?
Yeah, sorry. We're happy to help you with that message. There's a lot of numbers, obviously. One thing I wouldn't forget about is the amount of water that's actually being stored in the bio system. And so those are gallons of water that are never going to enter the local storm sewer system. So I think you definitely want to convey that message, as well as the water quality benefit, whether it's the area that's underneath the permeable pavers or that which is going into the bioswales. But again, we're just happy to help you with that message because there's a lot of data there, and I think it would be great PR.
Yeah, we might need your help in explaining that to your typical resident.
And I think there's, isn't there also some messaging or 2 signs that are going to be going up as well?
Yes, that is correct, and there is public relations that they can help us with too. And Dan is going to go to a course on maintaining them that they've offered also.
Awesome.
Yeah, the rain garden piece and.
Awesome.
Any other questions? Okay, can I get a motion and a second to accept the $1,644,500 base bid from Albright Enterprises and reject the alternate bid pending approval of the MWRD and River Trail School District intergovernmental agreement by both parties? The project will be funded by MWRD and capital projects and operations and maintenance fund balances.
So moved.
Moved by Fiorito, second by Grimpy.
Can I ask a question?
You may.
Did you say we're approving the intergovernmental agreement also?
I did.
No, it's contingent on approving it. That item comes up next.
Pending approval.
And it needs to be
It says pending
approved.
approval.
So this vote is just for the pavers?
The pavers.
Correct.
And only if we agree to the agreement, both parties agree to the agreement.
Correct, okay.
Any other questions? No. Okay. Sue, please call
Stolzer,
roll.
yes. Fiorito.
Yes.
Johnson.
No.
Camardo.
Yes.
Friedland.
Yes.
Ronstadt.
Yes.
Grimpy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. You already explained the agreement.
Yep.
Linda, are you comfortable with that?
Yes. Well, so the next item is the agreement. It needs to be approved by our board, and then it is going to the May 5th MWRD Commission for approval there.
Okay.
So, and then it will be signed, we will sign it after they approve it, but as long as you approve it tonight, then the board, whoever, Bill Grimpy or whoever can sign.
Okay, so as long as we
Agreement
take
once,
action on it.
yeah, as long as you take action on it tonight, then it can be, we can finalize it once
MWRD, sure.
does their part.
Any questions?
Yes.
Yes.
I will not be voting for this. I brought my reservations to the board when this was first presented to us. I know that since I have brought a lot of questions, you said you've run them past the attorney says, yeah, everything's okay.
The attorney was able to get the testing on the bioswales into the agreement. Some of the other things on the 25 years, we could not get their agreement on.
Correct.
Correct.
And that's why.
And he's reviewed it and said it will be okay.
Okay. But does not it bother anybody else on this board that Article 10 says this is into perpetuity? That we are saddling future districts, future boards, that we have to abide by everything that they want us to do in that contract. We have to, if we decide that we are going to change anything, if we decide to sell this building, it has to be run past them first to demolition, everything that they're paying for. Otherwise, whoever is sitting on this board or the taxpayers in this community, 50 years from now, they're taking back the $650,000. I have read through this thing and made a ton of notes, which you guys don't need to be bored with. But my major concern is the Article 10, this thing goes into perpetuity. That scares the bejesus out of me, and I will never vote for a contract for perpetuity. The other thing is, yes, the biosolids, I saw it was in there, but they did not give a threshold. No one has discussed what our threshold is. This board hasn't even discussed it. I don't know what the good threshold is for biosolids to be dumped on our property. Everything's supposed to be ecologically safe. but they get to throw their biosolids on our property, and we have to live with it. The 25 years, there's just so much wrong with this that as a resident, I would never approve such a thing. So I will not be voting for it.
We do not have to take their biosolids, but they will test them if we decide to.
Yes, I know that.
So they're not dumping it, though? So they're not dumping it, though? That's what Lyndall's telling you?
Yeah, I know, but if we decide, if they say, we have biosolids here that we'd like to put on the property, we have not in the contract here designated what our threshold is. You know, go ahead, test it, but what's the number? And I don't even know how they test it. I don't know what the number is, but something like that should have a minimum that if it tests at this number, so many pica something or whatever per unit or whatever they do. I mean, we test for lead in our drinking fountains, and we have a number. Well, anyways, my main concern is the perpetuity. All the other stuff comes in secondary. I will not vote for perpetuity.
Shouldn't it be aligned to the expected duration or life of the pavers?
Something.
What did the attorney say to that? And thank you for your thoroughness in reading the contract on it.
Those are good points.
Yeah, I know. You know, guys, if you look at this drawing that was in here, right up here at the very top, you can't read it because it's such fine print, but if you blow it up, the very first sentence has the word perpetuity in it, that you're going to take care of this under our terms for perpetuity. And I brought this up at the very first time this was brought to us.
And we did pass it along. I did pass it
And you
along.
passed it through the lawyer, and he said, yeah, that's okay.
So I guess maybe my concern, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is less severe because of the fact that we are almost always monitored for dealing with any type of water detention or retention or water displacement. So, and I mean, and that's going to be consistent moving forward regardless. So I feel like no matter when we make changes to these, like we are going to have to work with the Water Reclamation District. I mean, it is just part of, I hate if, I know some people don't agree, but like it is part of climate change. Like this is our new reality where we're dealing with enormous amounts of water and we have to find a place to put it. So it definitely does irritate me with the perpetuity. I am with you on that one, Donna. I just feel like there is no way to get around these types of environmental commonplace things now. We can't change anything without having a place for water to go, and they are constantly influencing what we do anyhow. Whether it's the state of whether it's the village of Mount Prospect, whether it's the Water Reclamation District, whether it's American Water, it's all pushed together. So someone is always monitoring us on this anyhow.
And it's actually MWRD is monitoring us on this, and we have to meet their requirements anytime that we.
Oh, I know, I'm talking, and not just this project,
right,
though.
Yeah,
I mean,
but anytime, when we did the permeable pavers over at, the parking lot over at Prairie Trails, we had to build a we had to make a detention pond.
Right,
We had
so-
to meet all their requirements.
Right, that's what I'm saying, is that group is constantly monitoring our activity to begin with.
That's okay. That's fine, except we didn't enter into a partnership with them and have to do everything according to this 40-page or how many ever page document.
But we did. I mean, we literally had to spend a ton of money for water, for a place for all that water to go.
We did not enter into a partnership to get money back from them. This is only because we're getting money from them. And everywhere in that document, it says, if you don't do this, we can take back the $650,000. If you don't do this, one of the things is that they have to give the okay on anything that we want to do, anything we want to do after this is all done. And if they don't review it, it doesn't happen. And if something goes wrong, they take back the $650,000. If you go through that document, anything that we do wrong, they take back the $650,000, even 40 years from now, 50 years from now, 100 years from now. Hopefully, Chicago, the water department may have changed, but nonetheless, the document is written in such a way that they can take back the money. And I don't care, I shouldn't say I don't care. Yes, they monitor us. I've been here. I know that they tell us you can't do this, you can't dig in the street, you can't do this, you can't put the light poles back here. I understand all that. But this is a document that ties our hands and everybody else that comes after us. The next generation, as you're all talking about, has got this document that goes into perpetuity. Anyways.
So what are we going to do with all the excess water then? We're just going to dump it in the sewers?
Okay, let me ask you a question.
I don't think that that's the topic at
No, I'm not talking about the water. I'm talking about the length of this partnership.
There's pros and cons to everything.
Yes, there is, and I'm not comfortable with it, so I'm not voting for it.
Then don't
That's
vote for it.
okay.
I'm not. I
It's your
just.
prerogative. If you want to vote for it, don't vote for it.
Right.
Okay.
I won't.
There is a provision that we just, if we want to lease or sell or do something with the property, we just need to give them 60-day calendar notice.
And I'm sorry, what's the resolution methodology for any issues? Is it arbitration or?
Yeah, how can we get out of this? There's nothing in here that says.
Well, I read
other
that
than her.
Article 10 as it says, like, in perpetuity in terms to Article 8. So I guess similar to what Janine is saying, it's basically saying to me that you followed the terms of the agreement and in terms of like termination, but in the way that she's saying, otherwise we're always beholden to the Water Reclamation District. I mean, climate change or not climate change, they're the village and they make sure we don't sully the water systems. But there are terms that are outlined within Article 8, which is what Article 10 references. So I hear what you're saying. I guess I feel okay about it.
Anybody else?
I think it'd be best if we dismiss the motion and go back and get our questions answered, so we can address it next week.
Yeah, but you could run it by the attorney again?
I can have the attorney come to the meeting next week.
Is that going to be enough time before the May 5th?
Yes, because
According to the date.
they're not going to approve the agreement till May 5th, so.
We're on May 3rd.
So we can do that if you'd like, but.
Yeah, I think it's-
That would be wonderful.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Frank.
Okay. The VW bus.
Want to give it a go?
Okay, I'm ready for the next one, just a second.
Take your time.
Okay, all right. We were also the recipient of the Volkswagen electric bus grant from the Illinois Environmental Protection Agency in the amount of $288,215.25, which is intended to cover 75% of the cost of the electric bus plus the charger. By doing this electric bus, we are eliminating diesel emissions and noise reduction in and around the bus, which is a big benefit to our students, our school, and our community. Each diesel bus produces 826.81 pounds of nitrous oxide emissions, so we'll be mitigating that. And then also when the buses are not transporting students, they will remain plugged into our vehicle-to-grid charger, supplying energy back to the grid, particularly during peak times of demand. We went out for quotes through Sourcewell, which is a cooperative purchasing organization. We've used purchasing cooperatives before. We obtained quotes from 2 companies, Lion Electric and Bluebird, for the bus. The charger is sold by Nuvi, also through Sourcewell. It's a bidirectional vehicle to grid, 60 kilowatt DC FC fast charger. And there's also software on this charger that helps us to get the credit for the revenue. We receive 70% of the revenue, and Nuvi gets 30%, which pays for their software. Our plan, which I think is a little different than what I brought to the board the last time, is to keep the bus and charger at Prairie Trails School. We'll be able to put it on that school. There is a separate meter. I mean, it's at the warehouse. We'll put it right beside the warehouse. There is a separate meter there, so it won't affect our solar panels. We'll be able to advertise it as an electric bus along with everything else that's sustainable at that school. So I think that's a great place to put it. We can also pull it inside the maintenance garage if we would need to during bad weather. We have gotten an agreement from Grand Prairie Schools that they will reduce the cost of one route by $70 per day, which is $12,320 a year. That equates to depreciating it over 8 years to the amount of $98,560. A normal diesel bus is somewhere around $95,000 to $100,000. So we are anticipating earning about $3,000 in the vehicle to grid revenue. So we're anticipating the upfront costs, we would pay that back within 7 years and also provide a health benefit to our students. The electric bus, we're recommending that we accept the bid from Bluebird, which was $331,583. It will cost the district, we still have to pay 25%, so it's 25% of that cost, which is $82,896. The cost of the fast charger from Nuvi is $45,500, which we would have to pay $11,375. Then there's some additional infrastructure that we're going to have to put in place, consisting of a concrete pad, balusters, and an electric connection. We haven't got final costs on that, but we're estimating at somewhere up to $20,000. So the overall cost to the district is $114,271. The revenue, we're estimating at about $17,000 per year, so that's less than a 7-year payback. So the recommendation from the Operations Committee that reviewed this is that we approve the membership in Sourcewell, a cooperative purchasing organization. 2, we purchased the Bluebird electric bus at a cost of $331,583. And 3, we purchased the 60 kilowatt DC-FC fast charger from Nuvi at a cost of $45,500.
Any questions?
Yeah, do we have an estimate on the difference between the length of usability for the electric buses versus the gas? I mean, just with different components altogether, and I don't mean to put you on the spot. I would just love to know if
You're talking about lifespan?
Yeah.
Lifespan.
If you don't have it, it's okay.
I mean, it's at least as long as a diesel bus. It could be longer because there are not as many components to the bus. We might have to replace the battery after maybe 12, 13 years, but the bus will probably last longer. We currently don't use our buses longer than 10 years.
Okay.
So,
I was just curious because I know that.
Yeah, I mean, they're new. Grand Prairie has 2 buses on the south side that they've been using for a few years. They've been working well. Electric buses are, the actual federal EPA is now promoting electric buses, and we'll be having a grant program. I'm actually going on a webinar tomorrow to hear about it, coming out this spring.
Awesome.
So, I mean, the health benefits are enormous.
Okay,
Asthma
I was
and things like that. They do cost more upfront, but because of the grant and any other grants we get, we can offset those upfront costs.
Okay, I was just curious, because I know with battery replacement and
Yeah.
other things, I mean, you know, Tesla's been around long enough for people to start rating cars, but I was just curious about buses, if there's any data that they've tried to extrapolate out. So it's okay. If you have it, I'd love to see it.
Yeah,
sometime.
if I find
Not
anything,
putting you-
I'll pass it along, but
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
didn't mean
sure
to
that
put you
we
on the-
actually, it's kind of like solar panels that.
I know there's still
Yeah,
a lot,
right.
I know there's still a lot
going on
coming.
and a lot developing on them, but I did go on a tour at Lion Electric they're putting a plant in Joliet that, it's a big empty warehouse right now, but it will be a plant soon.
Okay,
But I'm not recommending we buy from them because their quote was not as competitive.
got it. No, thank you. I appreciate it.
Is there a cost to join for the membership for Sourcewell?
No, no cost. It's certain governments go out and bid things, and then other governments are allowed to join that bidding process.
Thank you.
There's other things that we may buy from.
Yeah.
Through Sourcewell going forward.
Right.
Sure.
We're currently in the Omni Purchasing Cooperative, and I think another one, and we've purchased quite a few things from them.
Great, thank you. Anybody else?
Yeah, I just want to add, because I did earlier, this is also a case of, this grant exists as part of the Volkswagen settlement for the diesel cheating that they perpetrated for years. So while we appreciate the nice, clean bus, I just want to put that out there that this is, you know, in part because of that.
Yes, that is correct.
Anybody else? Okay, can I get a motion and a second to approve the membership in Sourcewell? And number 2, purchase the Bluebird electric bus from Sourcewell at a cost not to exceed $331,583. And 3, purchase the 60 kilowatt DC FC fast charger from Nuvve at a cost not to exceed $45,500.
So moved.
Moved by Fiorito.
Second.
Second by Friedland.
Stolzer, yes. Friedland?
Yes.
Camardo?
Yes.
Johnson?
Yes.
Ronstadt?
Yes.
Fiorito?
Yes.
Grimpy?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Thank
Mike.
you very much.
And Lyndall, you are still up with electricity rates. This is an action item.
And there is a presentation on this. So we are currently in an electricity contract with the Illinois Energy Consortium, and that ends on June 2022. The Illinois Energy Consortium contracts with one supplier, which is Nextera, to provide electricity. So we have, with the volatility in the electricity prices, we have looked to find some ways to mitigate our cost reductions and to also help us budget for the future, so we'll kind of know how much energy costs. We do currently use an energy consulting firm for our gas, Vanguard, and we looked at several different energy consulting firms to help us manage our electricity. They analyze our services and our fees. They provide expertise on the market and, you know, forecasting and what we can purchase our energy for. And also, they can provide some other expertise too in rebates that are out there, sustainability projects that we have going on, help us analyze our invoices and other items. So we looked at 3 companies. They do in their rates when they go out to bid, they put a service charge on there. The cheapest was Century. Vanguard was the most expensive. We are actually recommending Nania, which was kind of in the middle, because they have worked very much on sustainability, and I believe they will be able to really help us out with our net metering with ComEd and figuring out how we might do solar and other things at our other schools where we might get chargers with rebates and, you know, what some grants and things like that are out there. I do have Becky Thompson from Nania here to tell you a little bit about what their services are.
Hello. I will keep it brief because I know that at the end of a board meeting, energy is not probably the top thing that you want to discuss. But thank you for having me. Yep, I'm Becky Thompson with Linnea Energy. We are a third-party consulting, and I am the K-12 expert. This is what I do. I work with school districts and higher eds and public sector in general. And I just want to commend you, first of all, because for being a district of your size, to do the energy efficiency projects that you've done is quite rare and really amazing. I work very closely with Lyndall and Dan on the Sustainability Committee through Illinois ASBO, and they are always the top case study that we all look to. And you guys are absolutely kind of trudging this road for others and making an impact in ways that you probably don't even realize. So I just wanted to, for what it's worth, I've known Lyndall for many years, and I think that's pretty incredible. So we're just going to briefly go through a couple of things. Where you're at right now with your current electricity contract, what's going on in this energy market. I know you all have seen the energy headlines, and you're probably wondering what is going on. It's similar to the financial graphs that you saw before, so just as a precursor. And then just, what's next? What would it look like to partner with us? So to Lyndall's point, you have 5 electricity accounts in total. 2 are with the Illinois Energy Consortium with NextEra. As Lyndall mentioned, it's a single source supplier with no competition. It just is what it is. It's governed by an outside board, and so you don't really have any independent control over that. It's governed by an outside body, and they choose the supplier. The other 3 accounts that you have are just with ComEd on the default utility rate. Again, no competition. It's a month-to-month variable rate, which may have served you well in the past, but in this volatile market, maybe worth taking a look at and reviewing some of those options. So, the energy market, not pretty. This is actually a natural gas graph, and I'm showing you this because electricity is directly influenced by natural gas. We use natural gas to make electric, and so when natural gas says jump, electric says, okay, how high? This graph goes back to 2007. I know it's teeny tiny numbers. This is where we're at right now. Each of these lines represents a forward term into the future. So when you're doing energy purchasing, you're buying today what you use tomorrow. So this is 1, 2, and 3 years into the future. And much like we saw with Ms. Hennessy of the markets, it's going straight up. This is a factor mainly because of a supply and demand disparity. We are not producing as much natural gas as we used to. We're still down about 40% since, if we look back at like 2019. The interesting thing here is that we got spoiled for a really long time. This area here you see, we call the golden area or the golden era. It was some of the lowest prices in history of all time, the last 30 years in the deregulated marketplace. And I think we all got really comfortable with those lower energy prices, and your budgets got comfortable with those lower energy prices. Who was not comfortable during that time period were investors who had put all this money into shale fracking here domestically and then didn't make any money for many years. So what needs to happen to really turn this around, the number one question I get asked by schools is, should we do something now or should we wait? Can we time the market? And that's a decision that I can't really share because it's completely dependent upon the financial market and their appetite to re-enter into natural gas production. And with some of the new legislation that's passed both in our state and also federally, natural gas is not really a green option any longer. And so the desire to really invest in this kind of energy mentality isn't really there right now. So the production doesn't look like it's really going to pick up anytime soon to the level that we saw in 2017, 2008, or 18. To further complicate this issue, we are exporting more liquefied natural gas than we ever have before. The Russian-Ukrainian war has further complicated this because the rest of Europe is no longer trading with Russia for a good reason. So they need to get their natural gas supply as much as 30 or 40% of their total from somewhere else, and they are getting it from us in the form of a liquid form on a ship. So what this does is it creates a very sensitive marketplace. So with any uncertain or unfavorable weather forecast, we are seeing spikes in a single day of 10 or 20% shifts I've been doing this almost a decade, and it used to be that week over week, if there was a 1 or 2% shift, it was like, whoa, let's calm down. Now we're seeing 10 or 20 in a day. It's extremely volatile. So when we say volatile to a school district, to you, that should mean unpredictable and unknown. And when you have a finite fiscal budget that Lindell's trying to plan for 22 and 23, it's a difficult position to be in such a very uncertain marketplace. The other interesting thing about this graph, and then I'll move on, is this large spike you see over here is when the bubble burst in 2008, when we hit the recession. A lot of the same economic influences that happened at that time to create that environment are starting to feel a little familiar to us right now. So when we see this spike, it's not great. It gives us all heartburn, right, to see that increase in our budget. It gives me more anxiety to see where it could go and where it has gone in the past. And if you consider inflation over these 20 years, actually the energy rates today are not far off for what the average was that you likely paid over the last decade. Any questions about anything energy market related before we skip on? Okay. So here's some good news I wanted to share with you. This right here represents the last time you went to contract. So kudos, because the last time you did it, you hit and took advantage of some of the lowest prices of all time. And you did do a 3-year contract, or a 1-year contract at that point. So you did secure some great pricing at that point. This is just the reality of where we're at today. So as you're planning those budgets, and as we were to, you voted to work with us in our analyses, this is what we're going to consider. So what we would do is we would present options to you. This red line represents the short term. This is the next year into the future. We would be looking more at longer term, where the weighted average cost is a little more sustainable and a little more cost effective for you. So again, short-term market's very volatile with the supply shortage concerns, and this is some of the analyses that we'd be doing if you were to partner with us. And then another one of the questions I get pretty frequently is, okay, what if we just do nothing and go back to the utility? We have 3 accounts that are already with ComEd. It seems like it's a really icky market right now. Why don't we just do nothing? So these blue lines that you see that spike up and down, that is what we call the hourly pricing from ComEd that was published since the first of the year. And you can kind of see here at the end towards April where it's already spiking sometimes over 14 cents a kilowatt hour, which is nearly double than what you had paid in the past. And Crane's business actually just posted an article today showing that ComEd actually hasn't been able to secure the full power that they need for this summer. So the volatility for this summer is going to be even more extreme. We use the highest demand for electricity in the summertime because we all have our AC cranking. We all go home at same time, 4:30, and crank it down, right? And so that leaves you to a lot of risk as a school district if you were to go back to the utility, especially with your current contracts expiring June 1. That would leave you open to some of the highest demand, potentially highest cost immediately. Yes?
But we use less electricity in the summertime because we don't have our buildings full. We're not, school's not in session. So how is that risk still levied against a school district that's not using their schools all summer long?
When does school start?
Mid-August?
August 15th, I think.
Mm-hmm. Last year, September was the 3rd hottest month on record for Septembers. And so actually last year, August and September were budget busters for a lot of school districts because they weren't anticipating. And you're still, I'm assuming if you have air conditioning units or anything running some programs, or if you have staff on site, you may not have it completely turned off.
Right.
Right? So you're still utilizing some.
Sure.
So it still actually averages out to quite a bit of your consumption over the term.
Thank you.
Excellent question, though. So I did put some data points up here for you. So based off of, we ran some initial projections of numbers for an energy-only cost of about 4.8 cents comparatively against the ComEd hourly rate, and it was about 25% higher just where we're at today for sticking with ComEd directly versus going with the third-party retail supplier. If we were to work together, we would run that analysis in more depth in real time for your review, but I did want to illustrate that point because it is a question we get pretty frequently. Any other questions about these data points? Okay. So what's next? Lyndall did an outstanding job of kind of sharing all that we do. Because we're an advisor, it's all encompassing. It's beyond just the contracting phase. We do facilitate the RFP for you, solicit the suppliers, help negotiate the supplier agreements. A lot of the things that you're talking about with some of the language that's unfavorable, we see that every day with energy supply contracts, and have specific riders for school districts that we make sure that there isn't any auto renewal language, that they abide by the Prompt Payment Act, that your billing is favorable to what you would like. But really our services where we stand out is after the contracting phase, because this will not be the last time you see me if you decide to work with us. I'll give you periodic updates as things are changing and relevant to you. To Lyndall's point, any utility rebates, new EV charging rebates, the new law that Governor Pritzker signed in September. There's a lot of new money specifically carved out for school districts there that if you're interested in your energy efficiency projects, we just provide guidance on that. As a value add, we're not engineers, we're not construction, we have no piece of that pie. It's just giving you the information and helping you kind of keep a finger on the pulse of the market so that you don't have to hang out in the energy markets every day. And so that is what I have prepared for you this evening. Any questions about who I am and what we do?
Are you capable, I'll ask another question. Are you capable of monitoring the energy that we are conserving at Prairie Trails with the solar panels and making sure that we're getting the right value for the energy that we're selling back, if you will?
Yeah, so depending on the solar developer, or you're an ownership model, right? So that's one of the pieces that we do. We provide invoice auditing. So we would look at the net metering that you have and actually provide if it was accurate with what your projections were, if you were given that you were going to reduce, offset, it's a net zero building, correct? If you're going to offset X percentage of your usage, what was your usage prior to that? So we can help you audit that for accuracy and make sure that the delivery charges that ComEd is issuing you are in line with what they should be, so that you're not being overcharged on any of those pieces of the puzzle.
And it was kind of a loaded question because in our operations committee meeting, Lyndall had mentioned that, so I wanted to just kind of reiterate it.
Yeah.
And Lyndall had mentioned that as for just for the board's information, the numbers really aren't matching. So their help will be beneficial to audit our bills and make sure that we are certainly getting charged the right amount and getting rebated the right amount, which is stuff that Lyndall doesn't necessarily have time to do, or Dan doesn't have time to do. So having them on board would also free up Lyndall. She'll have nothing to do, right? Sit around, feet up under that. No,
Yeah,
of course not.
I'll only bring you one thing to the meeting.
Right.
we make the joke that we sit online with the utility for 3 hours so you don't have to, because we actually have a team who does that. They spend a fair amount of time online with the utility.
So I just want to make sure that the board was aware of that.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
I didn't have a question, but I wanted to piggyback off what Bill said, exactly what he kind of said. So one of the reasons that this is coming about is that in the meeting we had, the operations committee, besides what Bill communicated about the net zero energy and the rebates and looking like they're not conforming to what we thought we were going to get, it became clear that Lyndall and Dan are spending a lot of time trying to figure out these issues, and they are not the experts, nor should we expect them to be the experts on this stuff.
Right.
So it became apparent that if we are going to take care of business in the proper fashion, we need some help from the experts. And your company and probably other companies are the experts, and that way it can help us rather than sit on our hands and say, let's just go with ComEd. We can actually have some options that we can discuss as a board, and plus the fact you can help them with the net zero stuff. So that's why this came about at the operations committee meeting.
Yeah.
So thank you for coming tonight.
Yes, thank you for having me. It was my pleasure.
Any other comments or questions? Yes, Donna.
I was on your website, and I went to your frequently asked questions.
Sure.
How do you get paid?
Yes.
It says that you're paid by the suppliers
Yes.
that we work with, and there's no upfront cost to us, that your fee is included in the energy rate.
Correct.
So how do we know, does that fee, I see here that the electrical contract is for a term of 48 months. So does that change every month, every year? What's the fee?
The fee is, that was part of what we analyzed. So the fee for Nanya is 0.002 kilowatts per hour, so it depends on how much we buy through them.
Through Nanya?
Through Nanya, yes.
And it depends on who their supplier is?
Well, it'll be that same amount for whoever they get as our supplier. So they will put out it's basically a sealed bid with our requirements.
Right.
And then those energy companies will bid it with that price.
So how long
part
is
of it.
that? So then how long does that .002, how long is that good for out of the 48-month contract?
It's for every month of for the term of the contract. So our services and our alignment would be for the term of the contract with the supplier that's chosen, if you choose one of our suppliers. So that fee is supplier agnostic, assuming that the suppliers coming are qualified and responsible bidders. So that fee is a fixed fee for every kilowatt hour that is used over the term of that contract. So if you have a 6-month contract, it is .002 per kilowatt hour for every kilowatt hour that you consume for that 6-month contract. Same for 48 months. So it is paid to us by the supplier. You pay it as part of your fixed rate through your monthly invoice.
And our total consumption is about a million kilowatt hours, so it's about $2,000 for the year.
$2,000
For a year.
Okay, so, but what I hear you saying is that a supplier could only be for 6 months. And then we could change suppliers again for 4 months. And so whatever those charges are, you'd be adding your .002 onto whatever that is.
Correct. Yes, it would be part of the rate, yes, paid to us by the supplier.
Okay.
So as long as we are a relationship, so it would be as if we were a consultant that you were issuing us a monthly invoice, or we were issuing you a monthly invoice and you were remitting payment. Okay. The supplier community and energy supply prefers to pay their channel partners directly.
Okay.
So that's just how we are paid. So it equates to the same amount of money, it's just the method of the payment.
Okay. And I didn't realize this until tonight. Do we already have a copy of the contract? Because it says that you want to approve the contract tonight.
What you're approving is for us to have a partnership with Nanya, and we can go up to a 4-month contract.
4-year.
4-year contract, which we will look, between Dan and Becky will make a recommendation, and then Dan and I will approve that contract. So you're approving us to use Nanya as our consultant and to go ahead and purchase what makes sense for the market.
But we don't get to see what else is in the contract. You're not going to bring the contract to the board then for us to approve?
No. That's not no, because when we do a sealed bid, it's for a certain date and a certain time. So if we had to bring it back to the board, by the time we got it back to the board, it would be a totally different rate. And we'd have to do it again.
For example, for the convenience of the board, if we picked next Tuesday, and she gave us numbers on Tuesday, they could be horrible numbers, and we'd be asking you to vote on those numbers. The numbers could be a lot lower next Thursday, next Friday.
That's not what I'm asking for. I want to see what else is in that contract. Are they going to do?
It's just for the electricity, the supply electricity.
Okay.
In the current situation that we're in, there has to be a 20-day lead time for enrollment to make a June 1st start date, which is your current contract expiration. And the way that the board meetings fell, it's my understanding that we're in a bit of a time crunch in order to enter into a new contract for all the reasons we discussed with the volatility. So that's the way I believe it's written to work with us, and then we will run the sealed bid and get that taken care of so that you're not subject to any market volatility effective June 1.
It's the same arrangement we have with Vanguard for our natural gas. Illinois consortium is different because that was we could do a 1, 2, or 3 year contract. They didn't go out to bid for it. They have one supplier, and it's whatever they're going to be charging us. But with Vanguard, we buy it based on what our consultant is recommending, and their fee is in the cost of the natural gas that we purchase. It's a exact same arrangement we have with them, but just a different company, and we're because of all the sustainability that we're doing with our electricity, we are choosing Nania, and the actual cost per kilowatt hour was a little cheaper, was cheaper for Nania, so we're recommending them rather than Vanguard.
Okay, and so when you select certain suppliers, so they're essentially a broker.
Yes,
okay?
they're
So
a broker with an
advisor.
extra,
They're
advisor
gonna
with extra
attach us-
services.
They're going to attach us to a supplier, and there's like 50 or 100
Yes.
of them that basically offer a fixed rate through some term. And then from there, you can select, is it green energy or not, and you pay a fixed rate. It's no different than like saying, I'm going to guarantee that I'm going to buy gas at $3.50 a gallon for the next year. And
Exactly.
Yeah.
you're kind of
Yes.
betting
Right,
one
you're
way or
bet- right.
another, but what you
Against-
get is some predictability with the bill.
Predictability, correct.
And it may be likely that of 24-month contracts, the best recommendation that she gives us is not a 48. That's why I think the wordage says up to a 48.
Up to 48.
So if the deal seems to be superb going longer term, that would be an option.
Yeah,
Otherwise-
and my issue with this and the operations committee is that ComEd is still it's a regulated utility. They can't profit off of their rates. So they adjust their rates based on supply and demand, delivery costs, and very structured kind of things. So that will float with certain things. But yes, during the summer, it may go up. So you may be paying a rate of, 8 or, 10 cents during the summertime. But come December, when electricity usage is lower, you might be paying 6 cents. But we're basically saying we're going to go to contract and say we're going to pay like 8% or 8 cents or something like that. So the suppliers will make their money depending on where they can buy power in the market. So because there's volatility right now, normally I've been pretty kind of against it because it will average. The idea is that it averages out over the course of a year, because you do have the spikes in the summer, but then you do generally or historically have a decline in the winter. But you do have some structural things going on right now, the war in Ukraine and the gas supply, and that's serious stuff. Europe's getting half their gas cut off, and we're not jumping up to supply it yet, but that is likely going to drive prices up. So, Lyndall, I know I had some good questions. This presentation really helped me to understand with this, so I'm comfortable moving ahead with this. I'm all for the green energy component. Do you have kind of a parameter on how much more you're going to or willing to spend on a rate basis for the green energy versus the traditionally produced energy? Like, are you saying when you pick a supplier, you want to pick a green energy supplier, right?
That wasn't necessarily what I meant. It was, I am interested in that if we can get it for a reasonable price, and when we work with Becky, we'll look at that. But I was also saying just the whole sustainability market with solar panels and how we fit that into by purchasing electricity.
Well, you can choose on the supplier market.
But we can choose on the supplier market, too.
You can say,
so-
look, I only want sustainable energy. You
Right,
can say,
correct.
I only want wind and solar generation, period.
Yes,
And you will pay
correct.
a premium for that depending on the supplier.
Yes. So, do you want to respond to
It's absolutely an option we can provide. I will tell you that you're speaking of RECs purchasing, renewable energy credits purchasing, where you can pick specifics, wind or solar. You can even get as generic as I'll take wind from anywhere, or you can get as specific as I want solar from Illinois and ComEd territory. RECs purchasing, because it is becoming more of a requirement, is not as cost favorable as it was a few years ago. For a district of your size, you could expect $6,000 or $7,000 a year annual premium in order to purchase 100% green. But it's certainly something we can consider, and there are a few suppliers, depending on how granular you want to get and how specific, that can offer a carbon-free option at no additional cost, i.e. Constellation has nuclear generation, and so it's a carbon-free, but it's for them, it's a value add, but it's something that you could utilize that doesn't have an additional cost. So that would be definitely a consideration that we can provide.
Yep. So what we are being asked to approve here is to give you the latitude to work that out.
Yes.
So I guess what I'm saying is I definitely want to balance all of those different parameters. I don't want to pay double for green energy and.
I don't either.
We're not going to save the world by ourselves.
I don't
know you're
either.
not.
I'm putting solar panels
just
on
wanna
to
put
save
that
the
out,
world.
right?
But I will, but when
So-
it comes to the cost of purchasing electricity, I will look closely at that.
Okay.
And I have one more question. Where, when I'm asking for a contract, I'm looking also for, how do we get out of it? I mean, all contracts, that's why I want to see the contract. What are the
It's part of the bet.
Yeah.
It's part
It's
of the
part
what?
of the bet.
I mean, when
right?
we
The variability
yeah.
of the rates.
If we put the bids out there and we decide not to go with any of them, then we don't pay her anything. We only pay for what we purchase through them.
But for an energy supplier contract, say you select a 2-year contract, the day that you sign, that supplier is going out in the market and they are purchasing 2 years' worth of your usage that day on your behalf. So to exit out of that contract, you would pay penalties. You could do it, but you would pay early termination penalties because that supplier would effectively have to liquidate that supply back in the market. If you terminated that contract, I would not receive any of the payment because I would not be servicing your school district any longer. But yes, to Lyndall's point, it's completely, obligation-free, and there's no auto-renewal language or at most 30 days. So if you select a 2-year term, you are committed to the 2-year term and nothing beyond that. There's no perpetuity language or something that holds you or any other future boards accountable beyond the term of the contract
Yeah,
selected.
and one of my concerns about this in the operations committee is that we're not energy futures
Correct.
players here,
No,
okay?
I
It's not our
understand. That's-
business, right? We, to some degree, we rely on the public utility to maintain, a competitive cost over the course of a year. That being said, we're kind of in some extraordinary times, and there's an element of just parsing these bills out that does make sense, at least short-term in my mind. So I'm fine with it for a cycle based on this kind of stuff. These contracts are gonna be like,
Right.
you know,
Okay, well,
not something you're going to be able to push back to our legal department to review and change.
and based on your presentation and the conversation at the table here, I'm comfortable with this.
Anybody else?
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time. Nice presentation. Can I get a motion and a second to approve a partnership with Nania Energy Advisors and further authorize the Assistant Superintendent for Business Services to execute an electrical contract for a term of up to 48 months? Moved by Fiorito.
Second.
Second by Friedland.
Grimpy,
Yes.
Ronstadt,
Yes.
Stolzer, yes. Johnson,
Yes.
Camardo,
Yes.
Fiorito.
Yes.
Friedland.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, Negotiations Committee, Mr. Fiorito, you are the chair.
We are going to discuss the contract in closed session.
But as Bob eloquently said earlier, I want to congratulate the RTEA with a great 90% on the ratification. That was fantastic. We, too, thought it was a great partnership, great discussion, and a great process. So that's all I have.
Curriculum Committee, Dr. Stolzer, you are our chair.
We are meeting next week.
Okay, President's Report, upcoming events. April 27th was Superintendent Interviews, Round 2, 5:45 at Prairie Trails. April 29th, Superintendent Contract Review at the Admin Center in the conference room. May 2nd, the River Trails School District Staff Retiree and Milestone Dinner, 4:30 p.m. at Old Orchard Country Club. So far, myself, Janine, Donna, Frank, and Sue are attending. And then May 3rd is our next school board meeting, which is our last one for our year. And it's our regular meeting with a reorganization. And that will be here at RTMS. Okay, so next is the superintendent search update. As I mentioned, we have you, May.
So next week is Teacher Appreciation Week, I believe. So just to remember that and appreciate them.
We call
thanks.
it staff appreciation.
Sorry,
Week, though.
staff appreciation.
I think it is
Oh.
actually teacher appreciation week, but that's when we recognize all the staff.
Yes, we do love and appreciate all of them.
They all teach in some way.
Okay, so we had our superintendent search is underway. Last week, the board interviewed 2 candidates on Monday, 2 on Tuesday, and 2 on Wednesday, at which point we narrowed the search down to 2 candidates. They had an interview today with stakeholders in the community, and our round 2 interviews will be tomorrow. And then hopefully we'll narrow it down to 1 and then work out our contract, which will be done on Friday. And hopefully put this process behind us. There are some big shoes left to fill, but we think we've got, we think we're loaded. We think we're pretty good here. The next update is the calendar. Sorry, I need to pull it up. Sure. Where was it? Oh, here it is. Did anybody have any questions in the board book? We had the new calendar put out. Really, the only thing we discussed was discussing maybe add more meetings so they don't go so late. And I think the only month we had an addition was February, wasn't it?
I thought it was November.
It was only 1 month for sure.
It was November.
Where was it?
There was the November 1st meeting that was
Correct.
scheduled, and the October 11th, we kept on the calendar.
As a committee of the whole.
Right.
But possibly board meeting.
Correct. So those were the 2 changes.
So this is just a discussion item. Did anybody have any questions on the calendar? Yes.
Just want to make sure, to call out, every single board meeting will be in the boardroom. We won't be going from school to school.
We didn't discuss that because of, with COVID and stuff, we haven't done that now for a couple of years. That's a great point. And it was not discussed at the committee.
No, I'm just kidding.
It is something that.
Wasn't asked.
I'd like to get back to.
That the leadership team has talked about.
We also may need this space as a classroom next year, so many things to discuss there.
So location is TBD.
Yeah, TBD,
Okay.
maybe on a trailer.
No, well.
No, I'm fine with, I mean.
We'll
don't
certainly
vote
make
on
the
this
announcements with enough
Yes.
time that, that we're required to. I personally would like to get back to going to each of our schools throughout the course of the year.
And have them present something
Sure.
great that's going on at their school.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's what we used to do.
It was a great opportunity, and it just kind of fell by the wayside because of COVID.
Right.
And we didn't even discuss it at the committee meeting.
Yeah,
I think, sorry,
Or
we were so
committee.
worried about how these meetings clearly are going on for extended periods of time. We were trying to figure out how to deal with that battle. So I apologize for the oversight too, because it's true. It was lovely to be able to go out to the other schools, so.
And I think it's just, it's a balance of going to the other schools versus like the telecast
Dragging all the
situation.
equipment, yeah.
Yeah, because obviously it's either a road show or the live streaming,
Right.
whatever we're doing here. Because I'm not sure that it's both, like that's a lot to put on Ben, so.
Or you could invite the schools to bring their good things here.
Absolutely.
Right, we'll have to figure it
Sure.
out.
Well, we only did it it was only 3 meetings, right? We only did, so now we'd have to do 4.
Correct.
But we only did it 1 meeting in a school each year. So maybe that would be managed.
Well, we'll discuss.
Mm-hmm.
No, thank you.
That's good thought.
So will this be a consent agenda? Because it's not an action item.
It will be on the next board.
It should be on the reorg.
Yeah, on the
The
reorg.
reorg. The reorg.
Right, we'll vote,
that board
we'll vote in that
votes on it.
second half of the,
Right,
I'm
the
sorry, you're right.
reorg board
We'll
votes
vote
on
in
it.
that. I asked that the other day too.
I don't remember if it has a consent agenda, I forget.
It does not. You have
It
to
does
vote
not.
on
You
it.
have to.
It will be voted specifically on it.
Right.
Okay. All right,
And it
next
should.
up is the proposed board committees for 2022, 2023. There were a couple changes since we had the addition of Mr. Camardo. So we did shift some things around. Did everybody have a chance to review their upcoming board assignments? Again, this is something that we will vote on when we reorg in May.
I like it.
Thank you.
Very nicely done.
So the orange are current? Okay.
Yes.
And the blue is proposed.
News.
Okay. Can I, is this where we talk about
It is where we talk about it?
it? Okay. I'm not on curriculum. I don't feel that. I don't feel that one.
Okay. Is there one you feel?
I'll step in and do his spot for curriculum.
That's just not my forte. And I got NSSEOs taking up a lot of time. I'd be comfortable with just that one in finance.
Well, we're all obligated to be a chair for a committee and be on two committees.
No, I know. I'm saying NSSEO and finance, then I would be on. But I'm 3 is,
That's our obligation, though.
That's our obligation, 3. You have to have 3 of something. And NSSEO is a biggie, and
Yeah, I get it. I'm on 4 though, Robert, so you,
Sue is on
But,
1,
well, the only,
2.
I just said I'd do it for him.
no, I know, but I
then
mean, all right, if we're obligated to do 3, that's fine. Just,
Well, and the
me
thing
me and
is,
curriculum are just like, I don't know.
no, that's fine, and look it over, I mean, you know, and think about stuff, and you don't need
It'd be
to do.
cool to hang with you guys, but.
You don't, no, you don't need to do curriculum, I think it's just figuring out what might be a good swap or where you're.
can I ask a very quick question of Donna? The benefits committee, will you see a lot of activity in that this year? I mean, we do these, we do rearrange every single year. If that was an opportunity for Robert, and then you would be able to stay on the curriculum committee only because we've just started this. And Louis, I'm not pushing you to the side. I just think that being newer, you already have a lot on your plate as to what you've taken.
Cool.
So I'm just curious.
Benefits is usually at 4 o'clock, though,
yeah,
isn't it?
it's,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
4
So I
o'clock.
don't know if that's something that,
I can make that work.
oh, okay.
So I'm just curious as to the activity. Oh, it's once a month.
Once a
So
month.
that doesn't help at all.
Okay, I guess I'll learn some curriculum.
I apologize, I thought it was quarterly.
You know, the other thing too is, one of the things I was taught in the very beginning was you're put on the committees to learn about what's going on in the
True.
district. And it's a way for you to learn things, make you more valuable, and who knows, it might turn out that you really like it.
That's
Or
fair.
like you said, you might like the camaraderie you're with, and
Okay.
Can I elaborate? Mr. Thompson and I have also talked about where his best places in terms of reporting out on certain technology topics. So that would be an asset that you would bring to the team when Matt's bringing some ideas through there.
Okay.
So he will probably split his time between finance, depending on if it's more operational or if it's more instructional.
Okay, well, when you put it that way. Doesn't sound like quite the square peg in the round hole.
Glad to.
Okay, next up is FOIA requests. We had 3 of them. Thank you, Patty. And future topics. Did anyone have any future topics for the board to consider?
I think we got enough.
Well, I actually have one.
Oh, my.
So do I.
Did you want to speak first?
Go.
So I'm really not, I don't take away a lot from the principals coming in and presenting the budget every year. To me, it kind of seems like the same song and dance. We're going to keep supplies, down. We're going to use less paper. They tell us the same thing. So what I personally would like to hear from our principals is, if the board agrees, is I would like to narrow this down to 2 presentations. One, to kind of kick off the school year and, hey, this is what we're going to do. This is what we're excited about for this coming school year. This is a new program, or this is a new reading, situation. And then, and not only to hear what they're doing, but the other schools that I don't have kids in, or you don't have kids in anymore. And then, of course, at the end of the year, I'd like to hear a recap. And how did the year go? I mean, we're just finishing our first year with Prairie Trails. I'm sure there's things that we, as a board, didn't think of, or as an administration, we didn't think of. And there's little, bombs that we've got to sidestep and we can correct for the next year. I'd like to hear more of what's going on in the schools than well, we're going to use less supplies. We're going to use less paper. We're going to try to print in black and white. That I get more out of. That gets me excited, and I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but that's what I'd like to hear in lieu of a budget presentation.
I think it's a good idea.
Anybody else?
It's a good idea. I need to know, I always thought that they tied in their school improvement plan. It was a school improvement presentation. So where do we get our school improvement presentation then? And I thought there was a rule or something that you have to, I think it's in the contract. I think it's part.
So I think it's just tweaking that so that it's not really focused on the budget.
Okay.
Bill and I had a little conversation about this. I did talk with the leadership team about it. Because so much of the school budget is, like, the biggest chunk of it is extra duty. And the extra duty committee, it sort of, it's not like Bill can take that money and spend it on extra books for classroom libraries. And so it isn't that interesting of a conversation. And you could say, we're going to try to spend a little more here, but it's more of using the resources that we have and the time and energy of humans and the professional development time. And so that would be, the school improvement planning would be that goals and outcomes. So at the beginning of the year and at the end of the year.
And that's always been what, I mean, it really wasn't a budget presentation from the principals. It was about their school improvement plans, how they did the last year and what they're planning for the next year. There was a lot of information in the packet about the budget, but the actual presentation was focused on what they were doing. But if we want to arrange it into 2 different meetings, we can do that.
I think it might make sense to pull it away from the budget.
I mean, because the budget, I mean, they do look at their staff and
Oh, I'm not
everything else.
saying let's
Yeah.
not hear about the budget at all. I would just like more meat
No,
on
I
those
mean,
bones
that was
kinda
always
thing.
the intention, was that they weren't talking about the supplies and stuff they were buying. They were talking about what they were doing in their schools when they actually made the presentation. They do provide a whole lot more information for the budget, which gets reviewed by the Finance Committee. But that is the intention of the presentation.
Okay.
So I think the biggest question on that is this June.
This June, we can continue making the presentation is on what they did and what they're planning to do next year. If we want to split it next year into 2 presentations, we can do that.
Can we hold off and talk about?
Well, I think you need to talk some about what you're doing next year, because that's where the whole plan for I mean, that's what the budget is, basically putting their plans into numbers.
But I don't think that their budget will look that much different regardless of what their school improvement plan is.
But
that
the
should be factored into
overall, what we're doing, maybe not their individual little budgets, but their overall plans for what they're doing should be reflected in what we're spending. More in the staff it's more reflected in the staff than it is in the supplies. So, I mean, I think they should be talking about the following year, because I mean, the budget is just putting things into numbers. What's really happening is what they're planning on doing.
Sure.
So
Well, I mean,
to me, it makes sense to do it at the time we're developing the overall budget. If you want to have them talk in September about what they're doing at the budget hearing, what's happening for the next year, we could do that too.
Okay. I mean, obviously there's more details to it than I
There's a lot, yeah,
anticipated.
right,
I apologize. But it
Right,
was
yeah,
just-
there's a lot of, yeah. I mean, the whole budget
If
gets
the board
built
is in
from-
favor of it, I can work with Dr. Wagner and
I mean,
yourself,
we can
and
make the
hammer out those
presentation,
details.
yeah, we can make sure that the presentations and the administrators know that they're not supposed to talk about every little line item. They're just supposed to talk about what their overall their overall goals and their improvement plans.
Sure. I mean, because the
We
other
can-
thing is
we
we
can
really
make that-
don't follow up throughout the course of the year. Hey, is the budget on target? Are we over? Are we under? And not that I want to, because
Well, they're typically under, and that's in the financial
but-
reports, yeah.
But I'm just saying, there's not a lot of follow-up in that, so it's just kind of, here's our budget, and then the next year, here's how we did after the fact. Well, no, I am, but it's not,
But we don't
correct,
report
we don't
on it.
review it, is what I'm saying. We don't review it, it's not reported out. Correct.
Okay.
Go ahead, Janine.
Did Robert walk out?
I watched him.
I apologize, just to put the time.
She got an idea for future topics.
I do have an idea. So actually, just correct me because I'm horrible at gleaning what is a future topic and what is not. But we need to talk about developing our language for our BOE equity piece. Oh, sorry. We need to develop our language for our BOE equity piece. So I don't know if we need to pop that on there where we need to come back and approve language to put on there, or if we can just do that sidelined in email and then agree to it and bring it to the table. If we need to, because we need to come up with an equity statement. We are agreeing to these steps that, right.
Isn't that policy committee? Couldn't
I'm
you
curious,
throw it
that's what I'm
there?
asking. Because honestly, I feel like this should be a board effort because we
Yes,
are
but
all.
the policy committee could, it's always easy to create something and put it in front of everybody.
And then bring it
Let them
back.
break it apart and add their stuff. If you've got something.
Policy.
Yeah. I was
Yes.
gonna say, I
It's
don't know
not
if
an
it's a-
equity statement.
Yeah, I was like,
Right.
I don't know if that's the same thing, and nonetheless, I don't know if it's the same thing, and nonetheless, the policy committee could, like you said, bring a draft of a statement forward, but as you said, I don't think it's a policy that we're going for.
Okay. But I think the policy committee could create that draft. I'm with you, Janine, whoever's on the policy committee.
Well, I guess, sorry, this time I am asking a question. If this is appropriate as a future topic or if this needs to go to policy.
Well, I mean,
Oh, it's Janine, Sue, and Donna.
Yeah,
It's the three of us.
this is three of us still.
I mean, it's a topic that the committee would
Right.
hammer out and then bring to the board.
Right.
So it's not necessarily that it would be a topic.
How do we make it a future topic for our committee?
No.
Do we just, I know, do we just do it? Okay, so I have now announced it, it's on tape.
And your chair, Bill Burrow.
Schedule a meeting and then we'll be in our committee updates.
Well played. Okay.
Okay. Sale of property, litigation, and negotiations.
So moved.
Second. Moved by Friedland, second by Camardo.
was hot.
Second by
Right on
Camardo,
that.
sorry.
Ronstadt,
Yes.
Camardo,
Yes.
Grimpy,
Yes.
Stolzer, yes. Friedland,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Fiorito.
Yes.
And motion carries at 10:03.
All right, let's take a break. We'll come back at 10:15.
Me too.
Okay, so new business related to closed session. This is an action item. Hello, are you ready? That's right, you can teach Robert when he's in the secretary next meeting. I'm kidding, totally kidding. Just wanted to see your face.
All right, we're good. Okay, we're good now, sorry.
All right, can I get a motion and a second to adopt the collective bargaining agreement with the RTEA, which is effective from July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2026? Moved by Grimpy,
Second.
second by Friedland.
That wasn't even a fair chance.
Camardo.
Yes.
Grimpy.
Yes.
Stolzer, yes. Johnson.
No.
Ronstadt.
Yes.
Friedland.
Yes.
Fiorito.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Excellent. Next is board meeting recap. The only thing I really wanted to talk about was tomorrow, the round 2 of the interview. So very quick recap. The candidate will have an opportunity to present to us for 15 minutes on the topic that we told them, that was emailed to them. We've got 15 minutes to ask them questions on said presentation, and then 15 minutes remain for whatever questions you guys wanted to come to the table with. I would suggest coming with 2, but not expecting to answer 2, because we've only got 15 minutes. There's 7 of us. There's probably no way we're going to get to the second question. So if you have a follow-up question from last week, bring that. Don't expect any time to ask a follow-up. You got one question, let's get through it, and then you got a second question, let's get through it. And then obviously we'll deliberate on our candidates. And then hopefully by the end of the evening, we'll have a offer to make to a person. Does everybody understand? Do you have any questions? Yes, sir.
So I didn't plan on having like prepared questions. But
That's fine too.
asking whatever kind of was.
Well, we'll have an opportunity to ask questions on the presentation, and then after that, and you don't even have to ask a question. You're not obligated to. If you're happy with the conversation, that's
Whatever I pick up in the third.
and the goal of this was some of the board members wanted to make it not, I don't want to say lighthearted, but less stressful, to try to see their personality come out. So if your question wants to be Barbara Walters and what tree you want to be, knock your socks off. If you want it to be more hard hitting, that's fine too. It is entirely up to you. But like I said,
I'm assuming you've already talked about like the forbidden kinds of questions.
yes, that's been
Okay,
covered.
like,
Yeah, that's
no-
been covered.
No, tell me about your family. Yeah, okay. Okay. Just making sure.
And all 6 candidates offered information on their families.
It's
So
typical.
you're able to ask a follow-up based off of information that they gave you. So it's, yeah. Any other questions about tomorrow night?
5:45.
5:45 at Prairie Trails. Be there or be square.
Patty, you guys send me the link?
Come in the front door.
Come.
By the administration center.
Patty, you guys send me a link?
11. Yes, I will send you a link.
Okay,
And then you'll vote in person.
yeah.
And then
Yes, what's your question?
I'll ask first.
Okay. Then can I get a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Motion by Friedland, second by Camardo.
Johnson.
Yes?
Friedland.
Yes.
Grimpy.
Yes.
Stolzer, yes. Fiorito.
Yes.
Camardo.
Yes.
Ronstadt.
Yes.
Motion carries.
We're adjourned at 10:57.
Yeah, that's right.
Before 11, Nancy.
Thank you all. Ben and
Thank
Natalie.
you.
Patty and I both got Wordle in 2 today.
I heard it was a 2-day.